Greetings humanity, and welcome to Channel Other Doc. I'm Jim, I use he, him pronouns, and this is the finale of our campaign of Lords of Gossamer and Shadow, a diceless game by Jason Durall about powerful reality-hopping beings and a spiritual successor to the Amber Diceless Roleplaying game. We're going to go ahead and go around and say hi to everybody for the last time for this arc, and find out who they are and who they're playing. And we shall once again start with Noctua. Hello.
Hello, hello. I'm Noctua. My pronouns are she, her. Today I am playing Dame Laudine, also she, her. Laudine is our knight in shining armor.
Excellent, excellent. And now we will head over to Mary. Hello.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mary. My pronouns are she, her. And today I am playing Atropho, the Harbinger.
Excellent, excellent. And now we will head over to Melissa. Hello.
Hello, my name is Melissa Gay. I am playing Scythe, the rogue that is shady but has a heart of gold. Our pronouns are both she, her, and thank you for being here.
Excellent, excellent. And finally over to Trooper. Hello.
Hello, I am TrooperSJP, and I am very pleased to be here playing Merthine Wicht, the mystical botanist with a mysterious book, and he calls Herb, or Herbie, but that's not its real name. You may know it by the Voynich manuscript. He is happy to be here. He's happy to be anywhere. He's been around a long time. He's happy to be anywhere where his friends are. And I'm especially happy to be here because these are the coolest people to game with. And I am going to put out a blue sky skeet. And if you see it, you should re-skeet it. That's me.
Excellent, excellent. And of course, I am playing Dorian, who is a hedonistic sorcerer who somehow also is a master of the Eidolon. There's no real way to explain it, aside from just to experience it. And before we jump in, you may see us use safety tools from time to time, like we do with the other games on this channel. We're going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. If we hit something that's crossing a line for one of us, any of us can type an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, or hold up a card, make an X symbol, and we'll back up and do something else. If something's happening that we're okay having in the game, but we don't want a graphic description of it, we can type an N in the Zoom chat, and we'll fade to black on it or put it behind a veil. So it'll be there, but we won't go into detail. Finally, if we're exploring a topic or an area of roleplay that's particularly intense for us, but we want to keep going anyway, we can put an O in the chat to let us know we're okay and that we're all good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is put an O with a question mark after it when we are moving into a difficult topic, or if we say or we do something and then think, maybe that might have been a little too much. Then everyone else can respond to that again with an X and N or an O to let us know if we're doing okay. We're also using the pause. If any of us needs to take some time, we can ask for a pause in the game while we discuss things, or just take a break for as long as anyone needs. Just a few content warnings. This game may contain references to betrayal, deceit, graphic combat, and violence. It also may have the potential for PvP action depending on the player's choices. In this campaign, most of our PvP action has been aggressive affection, but if anyone wants to see the list of content warnings, that will be coming up periodically in the chat if you're watching live on Twitch, or you can type in, if you're watching live, !LGSCW, and it will show up there. Also, please remember we have an open door policy, which means that any of us and any of you can feel free to step away from this at any time if we need to. It's just a game, and mental health is always more important. And now, without further ado, I shall hand things over to our GM, Brian. Hello.
I do want to ask really quickly, did you add aggressive friendship to your PvP warnings? Because you might want to.
We may need to. Let's get that on the list.
I'm sure it's implied. I mean,
yeah. If you've been watching up to this point, I think you get it. So the last thing that happened last time was you had put a couple of those 2 coins together and were hurtling towards Tamsin. So we will pick up with you mid-hurdle. And the way that this works is it is different from any sort of travel you have experienced before. For example, when you have gone through, all of you have traveled through icons before, where you have a person at the other end, you make contact, and you go to where they are. That essentially feels like teleportation. This, on the other hand, you get an actual sense of movement, and you get a sense of space warping around you even more than it feels like you're moving through space. And so you get the occasional flash of a place that you're not actually going. One of which is you are certain. Oh, you can tell it is because you're sort of routed through it before you get to Tamsin. It's Galiski, the place that is currently in the process of involuntarily donating its life energies to Tamsin.
No.
And you get a sense of just bone deep cold as you pass through that space. And then you arrive in a courtyard, a large, flat stone, like stone-floored courtyard. It is big. It's like, it feels like, okay, you know, the British universities with the big colonnades around them. It's like that, except even bigger. So there is, in fact, a colonnade around it. You can look up into the sky, which is a robin's egg blue, currently cloudless. The colonnade extends up 3 stories, and you can see people running around on each level. None of them are currently in the courtyard with you. All of them are running other places, and they do not look like they're having a good time. They are panicking and running as if something bad is happening. In fact, you can hear something on the other side of the walls. The walls being pretty far away from where you are. And by walls, in this case, I mean whatever the outer walls of this castle are, which you think are not, you feel like maybe you're in the middle and it's pretty far away, but it sounds like this place is under siege. I will point out 2 more things that you instantly figure out. All of these people are running and yelling and screaming, and none of you understand the languages that they're speaking because you didn't get here through a door. The other thing is all of you are sensitive to, obviously, the Grand Stare. One of you significantly more than the others, and Bertine, I'm going to give you a little extra information. But all of you instantly feel like you are cut off from the stare. You do not have a sense of being able to reach it. It feels like you're in a box. Merdine, from here, you can detect they're not too close to you, but they are somewhere in the castle. There is at least 1, maybe 2 doors that used to connect to the stair, but were aggressively disconnected a really long time ago. And that is, and all the people you see running around are generally humanoid. Most of them look varying shades of human, but you do, Laudine, you do recognize a couple of those gray creatures that were coming after you back in, the one, I forgot the name of it.
Eingaru.
Thank you, Eingaru.
God, that's a weird one to say.
I know. I apologize for that. I was going for I was looking up Basque words, and that was my fault.
Ooh.
I'm going to assume that their panic is not to do with us. Then I'm going to assume that it's not like
Right
we
now, none of
showed
them
up and they're
seem
like,
to have
"Oh,
noticed you, which is weird because, as far as you can tell, you literally just appeared in a courtyard.
Mm.
well, all right.
Drift over good
Also,
instinct.
any
Dorian has muttered a few
tiger
linchpins.
roses? Any tiger roses here in
Oh,
this castle?
yes, a lot.
Oh,
Not currently in the castle that you're in, but yeah, I mean,
but
you.
here.
Let's just say that you are even more sensitive to the presence of them than you used to be. And yes, this is where they come from.
Yes, well, then it seems as if there are quite a few of them here. Uh, uh, um, we're inside, under siege. Well, oh, you know what? I'm not an expert at this sort of thing by any means, but I have been a squire for, 4 or 5 centuries. And if there's one thing that you do know as a squire is heraldry and that sort of a thing. I was less good on the sort of troops and that sort of a thing, but very good with like iconography and pictures, and I love like the little images people have for the. Anyway, I thought I'd like to ask, since this is what I was trained for a long time ago. If I can tell anything about this castle, based on symbols, iconography, flags, liveries, little things like that. Also, if they've got squires and what their squires look like, if they look tired, or just a little bit of this more not really military capabilities as was never good at that, but more the social, the sort of dynamics between, you know what I'm saying,
So yeah, you spot, for the most part, you spot anyone that is wearing livery or anything like a uniform. There is, and which is most of them. There is a significant prevalence of a it's a reddish orange color, and the symbol on it is an indigo rose. It's stylized, almost more like a Tudor rose.
yes, yes.
And that is the majority of what you see. However, you do pick up on people wearing definitely other livery, which you spot 3 definite different color and symbol combinations. And the thing that you pick up on immediately is that they are subordinate to the people in the red orange.
Mm, mm.
Oh, also you asked about fatigue levels.
Yes.
Some of them do look quite tired, but a significant number of them appear to be pretty fresh.
Oh.
Okay, my turn. I actually do know about troops. So,
Yeah, you do.
so who's fighting? Whom are they fighting? You said this place was besieged,
Yes.
and yet the troops look fresh, which means
Mm.
how are their stockpiles? How long has the
Right.
siege been happening? And
Mhm.
yeah, given the sheer number of people here, how do they have the resources to sustain a prolonged siege? So many questions, mostly who's fighting and can I tell why?
It's confusing for about 30 seconds until you realize they must be using some sort of magic to bring things into the castle from outside.
Mm.
But
Things
not
and
the stair.
people.
Mhm.
Definitely not the stair,
Can
but things and people for sure.
Can we access Umbra from here? I don't know about the Eidolon people, but
You certainly can. And so, yes, the Umbra and Eidolon types, I will tell you what you feel. You are able to use both Umbra and Eidolon here, because the things that you were experiencing here still have a mixture of order and chaos that you can play with. It's
So why
weaker
bother
here.
besieging?
Yeah. It's weaker here, but it is not but you're not cut off from it by any means.
What's the
That is
magic
interesting.
environment like? Does it feel like...
It's absurdly good.
Oh.
It is. It's yeah. It's high magic. It's like Forgotten Realms over here.
Awesome. Okay. I just cast Let's Hide, which is the counter signal thing, and for the first time in probably quite a while, you heard Dorian use linchpins to cast it because he's got other stuff in his watch.
So can you explain, not just to me, but also to everyone that might be affected by it, what Let's Hide is doing?
That's the shielding glitter spell, basically. Basically the idea of Let's Hide is that it's a sort of a mass conceal for all of us from psyche-fueled detection. Basically, where it sets up, it creates a counter signal to try to flatten out whatever our individual power waves are, essentially, that folks would sort of notice and hone in on. So that's it gives us a little extra time, basically, if with something like that.
Is it something that is area based? Do we have to stay next to each other for it to work?
No. The linchpin for that is targets, and so it's just basically I target each of the rest of us, and there are like 6 of us here now. Yes, or did we bring
I think
Oleander
we did.
or
Yeah, she insisted.
Ryan?
My dumb sister, yes.
You might be muted.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I was just honestly repeating what you just said.
Oh.
Yeah. she did ask to be brought along.
Now I got to take care of this.
The impression that you got, though, was that it was mostly that she didn't want to get left behind. So
In a strange Gossamer world.
that was kind of where she was, yeah.
Fair enough.
So she is here. And you don't know where she got it, but she's holding a sword now.
I would like to. I can't roll for sword, but I would like to assess what kind of weapons the people here have.
Oh, good call. Okay. Okay, so the ones that you can see from here, most of the ones running by are support people. So most of the ones running by are almost certainly delivering things to people on the walls. However, some of the things they're delivering are weapons. So a lot of what you're seeing is missile weapons. A whole lot of bows and arrows. However, along the top colonnade, so the 3rd level from where you are, you can just make out rows of pole arms leaned against the wall, as if that's what we're going to grab if the people make it in here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going
I just want to point out that I love that Laudine's military questions also focused on logistics, which is, after all, how militaries keep running. I just want to sort of point out that those are the sort of questions that the true liege of a mystical land would ask. Just noting it in case anyone forgot that someone could be, the true liege of a mystical land. That's all.
I'm going to...
already admitted defeat here. Like, you keep rubbing it in.
I am going to tap Laudine on the shoulder and just sort of pointing to her sort of her armor and her sword. Do you want a bit of reinforcement for this, right, by the way?
Ooh. Oh, I'd love to see what you can do.
It might ping his Eidolon. Is that all right?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I mean, I've got the counter wave going, but just in case. All right.
So polite.
He mutters a few words. Right? And that I'm casting absolute reinforcement on her armor, and if she wants, also on her sword. But I know her sword is a different thing now, so that one I'm a little worried about doing. But it imbues the structure of an object with the perfection of the Eidolon, making it hold up better.
Ooh, thank you.
And so it's a help for the armor, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't do it to the sword because the sword might object, but yeah, the armor's good.
Cool.
Yay, thank you. I think Ladine is actually going to try and find one of the subordinates scurrying around. She's gonna turn her sword into a bow. She's got a recurved bow in her list of shapes. So she's gonna turn the sword into a bow. She can't talk to the person, but she's going to like tap him on the shoulder, point to the bow and point to the wall and go,
Yeah, they
Good one.
okay. So the person that you do that to spends first off does not seem too weirded out that you are trying to communicate without language, implying that maybe that's something that's been happening. But also yeah, she looks at you and takes in what you're wearing, clearly doesn't recognize it because it's not anything that is any of these people, but like isn't looking a gift bow in the mouth and points let's see, from here points basically kind of up and towards her right, as if that is the best place for an archer to be.
okay. I'm gonna like thank her and then turning back to the group, just go, there will be more answers that way.
And so while that's happening, I need to let Atropos know something, because you've been here long enough that, as we know, if you're in a place long enough, first off, you begin to affect it. And secondly, that works both ways. And so the effect that you would normally be having on this is being resisted, but it's being resisted in a manner like it's being resisted in an incredibly just fire hose level. It's just like the impression that you're getting is this place is way past its expiration date, and they are doing everything they can to keep it going.
I think Atropos just almost looks like she's like walked through like a brick wall in a way.
Yeah.
It's just like kind of drained. Not badly, but just definitely looks like she's fighting to stay there at this point. And she'll kind of look around and just say, well, they sure have something going on here. This should have been gone a long time ago.
Oh. So we should definitely cut them off from whatever draining mechanism they're using to stick
Yes.
around.
They have some sort of way to sustain this place.
Well,
I
we have a
hope
lot of
it's-
answers for that already.
Yes.
But how do we
So-
smash it with a hammer?
Well,
Bow turns into Warhammer.
I don't quite like the idea of destroying a world, artificially. They're sustaining it artificially, but I feel like if we could just, stop the artificialness and let them do their thing,
Oh dear. Meridian, I need to remind you of something you said to me just before we left.
yes.
They will not recant. Their minds cannot be changed. They are wed
Yes.
to this course of action, and we have seen worlds suffer for the choices that these people have made. If this planet
Yes.
is already past its expiration, and they have caused so much suffering to others to extend their own existence.
Well, I was thinking about fighting them, the actors that are nefarious. But the idea of ourselves destroying the flora and the fauna of this place. I mean, it's not their fault, is it? If once we stop the artificial lengthening of their life, I imagine the flora and the fauna will dissipate in its own way. But perhaps we might be able to save as many as we can before this world itself dies. I would just think it's something like that,
I think this might be a split up situation. I really do think that you're right. That maybe you do need to focus on saving as much of this world as you can, because I am going to go look for whatever blue gem is happening here and smash it using Laudine as a warhammer.
Is blue gem a euphemism for a naughty word? You're going to find the blue gem of whatever's happening here? Or do you mean an actual blue gem?
No, I think it has to do with these indigo gems that we've been seeing.
Oh, yes. I thought that was a clever sort of curse word, a new one.
Well, it is now. I mean, honestly, let's just make it happen.
Yes. All right. Well,
let's blue gem this place.
Yes, let's blue gem the people and then save the plants as much as we can.
And any noun can be a verb if you don't care enough. All right.
That's true.
Or I would like to go up on the walls to see who's fighting and if I need to be fighting them. So,
Yeah.
I'll follow you just so I can see there as well, and then I will try to survey the land and see, well, perhaps we can find some way to save the flora and the fauna that, because I imagine, I don't know, I just get the sense they're not really good conservationists here, unless they're more like undeadtionists or something, like sort of unhealthy. You know what I mean.
Yes, all right, we are off. And Laudine just starts marching.
All right.
She knows where she's going. She's going.
Yeah, you actually do. All right, so the two of you are heading that way. Let me just, I think, let's do, I'll go around the rest of the table to see what else is happening. So Scythe, as they hair off, what are you up to?
Okay, so my stupid sister is here.
She is.
That gives me something else to worry about. Like, okay, you know how, like, you have, like, an objective, like you're stealing a thing, or in this case, smashing a thing to smithereens. And now I have two objectives. I have to smash the thing to smithereens and, like, not get my sister killed. So,
Yeah, someone has stuck an escort quest on you.
Yes, exactly. So
And everyone loves escort quests.
Although I think that she's not as useless as
The good news is you actually know something about her capabilities. You're right.
Right. So I say, Dorian, is there any way that you can do that thing that you did to Laudine's armor on my sister's clothes?
I can. It is reinforcing using the Eidolon, though, so I just want you to make sure you're aware of that before I give it a try.
I mean, it'll be annoying, but I think it's okay.
Right, huh? And I go ahead and
I'm just gonna kind of lean back out of the frame.
I'll kind of once again to turn to Oleander. If I may, milady.
She stands still. Actually, she stands like she's at a dress fitting.
Oh, no, perfect. No, that's kind of what Dorian was thinking. And so he will again. He's being careful to that he's placing. He doesn't actually, I think, need to touch it. He's just basically waves his hands over the appropriate area once again, muttering, and her outer garment is now reinforced with the power of the Eidolon.
So she is not still dressed
Flow.
in the stuff that she was wearing on Aingeru. At some point, probably. It would have been around the time that you went to Shatterlight, actually. she found some more appropriate traveling clothes and is wearing those. So they still look great. They're still, like definitely like tailored somehow, but they
Oh yes, it's
yeah,
going to
see.
become more perfect as a result
Oh
of the
crap! It
spell.
looks even better on her now. That's
Yes.
exactly right. She looks, and so she takes a moment and just says, I should really hang around you more often. And she says,
And let's not threaten me with a good time.
Oh, gross.
she winks at you partially to flirt, but also to make sure that Scythe sees it.
Yeah.
And
Great.
and then she says, all right, where are we going, butthead?
Okay. We are looking for a blue gem. It might be in a knife or something, but I bet there's some kind of ritual being cast around it.
She
Don't
says,
get killed.
That's job one. Secondly, I've seen them doing something ritualistic.
Go on.
I mean, they're standing in a circle, they're muttering things. It's
Like that.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
All right. I mean, I think I know what to look for.
All right.
Just you and me?
Atropos, what are your thoughts on coming with us?
I would be happy to help. I should be able to try and figure out wherever this source of the energy is coming from, if that could help.
I definitely think it can.
Atropos, do you have that amulet with you?
Yeah, I probably brought it with.
I thought you did. Okay, just checking. All right.
Oh,
It
boy.
feels like wherever you have it, it feels heavier.
Ugh.
I am just going to keep it in that pocket for now. Yeah. And then I think seeing that Merdine is a little bit further away, Atropos is just going to I think first question, it does seem like whenever we cut off the source, everything falls kind of a situation.
You're sure of that. There is something here feeding the planet or feeding the world. There is something here feeding it. And if you can make that quit happening, it will go back to dying on its own. And in fact, it will probably do so at an accelerated rate.
Okay. She's going to kind of look behind and see Merdine with just walking away. And she then will say, I was nervous to tell them, but as soon as we destroy the source, it is gone. Everything. Accelerated kaboom.
Oh. I'm glad he went to save some things. How much of a window are we going to have to get off the planet?
You feel like a number of hours.
Okay.
Few hours, but this world has been so depleted and then some. And it's just been borrowing and borrowing. There's not much left, and there's no if you guys can get Merdine out of here before, I don't want him to see what this is going to be like. Please.
Okay.
And I think also, I think Atropos probably also saw Merdine staying longer than he probably should have when trying to save flora and fauna from Atropos' world.
Oh, good
right?
point.
Right. Oh, well, I know that the ship is sinking, but if I can just stay a little bit longer, I can just maybe save a few more things, right? And I'm sure that it was Atropos who got Merdine to leave in some way that probably was a little bit less than fully consensual. Not that Atropos would do anything like terrible, but more like, let's just pick you up and move you now, that sort of a thing.
Yeah.
Because,
Aw.
yeah.
Dorian closes his eyes for a moment, and he whispers, or he just sort of says quietly, Wilkins, I presume you're listening in, hopefully, as planned. Hopefully you can reach us.
Always, sir.
Excellent. If the time comes that you should have to yank us out, do pull Merdine first, if you wouldn't mind.
Very well.
Excellent. Many thanks, Wilkins. And Dorian opens his eyes again. Do you reckon that we need to worry quite a lot about not being too conspicuous here? Or is this chaos sufficient to cover whatever strangeness we have going on, do you think?
I mean, I can shapeshift. I don't know about you.
I am unsure. All I know is that it will be gone when we're done.
I was rather thinking about the ability to set up a bit of expediency versus that. So we can hop around from place to place a little more quickly.
That kind of expediency.
Oh, just a little bit. Dorian is looking around real quick in this area, and he's looking for one of two things. And it can be vague. The more vague it is, probably the funnier it will be, but it'll just depend. He's looking for something that either is roughly boxed shape, that a number of people could potentially either stand on or in, or he is looking for something that is roughly kind of shaped as like an animal. So that would have like multiple extensions
Sure.
off of it. That's really as close as it needs to get, I think.
You find both. There are benches on the level that you're on, which is, as far as you can tell, the ground floor. The level that you're on, now that you're looking past the columns into the wall beyond them, there are benches. And the benches are big. And you suspect they might, in fact, be like hollow.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe you
Okay.
could store something in them.
Oh, excellent.
Now, on the other front, there are at either end, because this is a rectangle as far as a courtyard, it's not a square. On either of the smaller ends, there is a large statue. One of them is just a regular kind of small-looking dragon. And then on the other one, it resembles something closer to a manticore.
Okay. Oh, this is going to be great because I think I'm going to do both. Is the bench movable? Is it like too big to?
It's movable. I mean, it's heavy, but
Yeah.
you know, you have access to some strong people.
That's true. Dorian himself is not as such.
You are not one of them.
But yes.
But let me check the numbers here real quick just to make sure, because the people that you have with you, Scythe is quite strong.
It's actually not going to. You know what? Actually, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. He's going to go over to the bench. Is it made? What's it made of? This bench?
Some sort of. Actually, no. It's some sort of like particularly tough-looking wood. It's the kind of thing that in fantasy novels they call ironwood all the time. It's one of those.
He's going to run over to it. He's going to try lifting it up. The if there's like a
and
storage like lid or something.
It's heavy, but it opens.
Okay.
Even to the likes of you, your strength is you are easily the weakest of person here. And by the way, including Oleander. But even with superior strength, you can open it. It's difficult but not impossible.
Okay.
The only weights he normally lifts are snifters of brandy. You know,
Yeah, I
when
know,
you're
right?
lounging about, you don't
That's true.
necessarily develop your core strength. You know.
Well, that and the unbearable burden of living.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
fair.
yes.
It is so much of that. Yes. Strangely though, with Dorian only sold his strength down a little bit, so he still has like on Earth he'd be like an Olympic athlete.
Exactly.
Right.
That's why you can pick it up. Yeah.
So
It's
he's
just-
going to
it's
open the
heavy.
bench. Is there if there's anything in there, he'll sort of clear it to the side.
It's empty.
And he'll hop in, and he'll be like, right. He'll hop in one end of the bench.
Sure.
And he will immediately take out again. He's using linchpins across the length of the bench, and you hear a car starting. There we are. And he's now sort of feeling for the invisible seat and steering wheel,
Yeah.
and he has just cast Dorian's Wild Ride.
Nice.
Which
Excellent.
basically it just forces an object to it animates and forces an object to behave like a vehicle Dorian is
Nice.
familiar with. So basically it is now essentially like a 1910s car.
Nice. I like it.
So basically this bench is now like lifted a little bit off the ground and is now apparently has what sounds like a motor running, and he's like, right. And anyone need a quick ride anywhere? And he reaches down and you hear deet, deet, and he sort of presses an invisible horn. It's actually more like it's the type
Oh
that
yeah,
you
good point. It
squeeze,
would
yeah.
be.
Auga, auga.
Yes. He presses the auga horn.
Yeah.
If
I'm
we
not
drive
bad at
around
this.
in this thing, will you be able to locate the source of power, Atropo?
I don't think it'll be that bad. Just like eyebrow twitch of like, oh god, this again. This has probably happened before. And she will gently sit down and like white knuckle grip the edge of the bench of like, okay, we're doing this again. Great. This is fine.
Righto.
Just pile on in.
All right. Oleander just follows your lead side, so if you get in, she gets in.
Fine.
Here we go,
All right.
everyone. And
All right. So as you take off, I'm going to cut to Laudine and Merdine that have just reached, the corner of the parapets. So the first thing that you notice is this castle is in fact well defended. It is built to weather a siege. It is definitely built for defenders to rain things down on attackers for a long time, minimizing their getting hit. And you look out on what's happening on the field ahead, and there is a massive army massed and throwing things at the castle. They do in fact have siege equipment. They've got catapults and ballistae and all kinds of stuff like that. And every now and then something big slams into the castle. Right now, the defenders are doing a good job of keeping anyone from getting too close to the castle walls. Again, mostly it's missile weapons, and the archers up here are in fact quite good. And they are, whoever is leading them is definitely using them optimally. The patterns that they're shooting in are extremely effective, and in fact, they've got their own. It's a smaller number, but they do have their own catapults that are spaced currently just along the parapets here, and they are trying to smash the opponent's siege weapons, but they haven't been doing a terribly good job of that. So that's just the general scale of things. There's a lot of people coming here. So it looks like Just from what you can tell about the defenders, you do not now. You have established they can bring people in, but right now they are definitely outnumbered by the people coming after them. The other thing that you pick up about the people coming after them, and Mervine, you get this too, because again, I'm assuming first thing you do is like, hey, let's look for livery. There's not much of it. This looks like a bunch of people that have been amassed as opposed to a bunch of armies. This looks like it started out much less organized than the people in the castle were. However, they also, and both of you can tell this, Laudine with more detail, they are fighting well. They are not, they're not wasting their energy, and you realize something that maybe the defenders don't. You think what's going on out there, they're legitimately trying to knock down the walls and get in, sure. But you think maybe there's something else going on.
Ooh.
Distraction might be a strong term, but you could tell from the way they're fighting and the way things are moving around, this is not, they don't have all their eggs in this basket.
Ladine is going to look for the person leading the archers if they're up here.
Yeah, there's an officer.
Okay. What kind of livery is he wearing?
He's got the orange and the black rose.
Okay.
Or indigo rose.
Okay. And it looks like they're doing well. Like he doesn't look fatigued, and it looks like the archers are fresh and.
Oh, that's interesting. He's definitely more tired than the people he's commanding. He looks like he's been doing this a while, but he's got fresh people coming in to actually fire the arrows.
Okay. Okay.
Lady Laudine, Dame Laudine, how do we know that the people on the inside of these walls are the more noble or honorable or chivalrous ones? How do we know who's the you know? I mean, those
We
could be the people
don't.
uprising, couldn't they?
They could. We don't. And I don't want to take a side in this fight until I know who my opponents are. And right now,
Yes.
none of these people are my enemy. We
Ooh.
have targets and scythes going after them with Atropos. Those are the ones who actually deserve our ire. This
Yes.
nonsense is just a distraction. A well-organized distraction, but a distraction nevertheless. The walls will hold for quite some time. If they actually wanted to bring the walls down, they would have done so already.
Do you think they're trying to distract whom? These people? Or?
Yes, inside the castle, because there's something happening inside the castle that if all the guards or the warriors were paying attention, could not happen.
Oh, yes, I see.
So just then, a signal goes out from somewhere deep into the attacking forces, and a group over here, as you're viewing it, over here on the right flank, that hadn't been doing anything, suddenly surges forward. And you can see the officer get the, oh shit, look, this wasn't expected. And then they start trying to figure out what's going on over there.
Could I
will also
ask,
figure out what's happening over there.
I will tell you in a minute. Merdine, you had a thing?
Yes, the question I'm going to ask is less relevant to people who are regular, normal people, but I just wanted to sort of have a sense of the ecological status as we look across over the ramparts. Oftentimes in siege there's a lot of clearing, but I just sort of wanted to get a look of the ecosystem of this place.
That is
What is it
actually a
like?
good point and something that I should have mentioned earlier. So first off, the area around the castle itself for about 300 yards out is dire. It is completely, at this point, it doesn't look like there's been much rain, but it is dust and dirt and probably not a route to be found. Which which definitely clearly states to both of you that this siege has been going on for a long time.
Yes.
Oh, so to answer your question, Luddy, that surge from the right was calculated. They were definitely holding off for a while until they could attack what they are viewing from down there as a weak point in the castle. You're inclined to agree. You think that they might actually be able to start doing some damage to the structure if they can survive the onslaught of arrows and stuff. And at this point, you think that they're going to lose a lot of people, but you suspect that they're going to get people onto it at that point. At which point, you don't see ladders, so it doesn't look like they're going to try to climb. But peering a little more closely, it looks like you might be seeing some mining equipment.
Okay. Looking at the attackers, do they look like the same demographic of people inside the castle? Like
Absolutely
people?
not. In fact, they're a lot more diverse. Looking a little closer, you see some decidedly non-human, and in fact, the occasional, definitely sentient non-humanoid creature. And now that you're looking more closely at them, and that you feel like you've got the measure of the people up here, you think the people the defenders are mostly fighting because it's their job, and the people attacking are it's for something a lot more personal.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Can I see whomever's in charge of the people down there, the attackers?
You can spot some, you can spot clusters of officer, basically. Now, there are, in fact, tents way in the back where you think like the head honchos are. That's always how it is. And then, but if you're looking for people leading like squads or brigades or whatever like that, those are the ones leading on the ground. You can also, in some cases, you're too far away to pick out individuals. In some cases, some of them are close enough you could spot it. It's definitely that, that person. So yeah, you've got whatever level you're looking at, you can make that determination.
Okay. Just to make sure that I'm following, there is an incredibly diverse group of people on the floor executing a very well-planned siege for personal reasons. And there is a tired but reinforced group of people in the castle withstanding a siege because they have external supply lines and the castle is about to be undermined.
That is exactly how it looks.
Okay.
I suppose I'd also just like to add that this motley crew of people down below are very well trained and also well coordinated in a way that doesn't seem like the rabble at the revolution, as it were. So just adding that seems a little bit less. I do have a question that I feel like, I hope it's a question that I might be able to answer. Thinking about, because I'm a bit, I'm noticing these differences and I don't know what they mean just yet. So I thought I'd ask about the livery of our main group. You said it's sort of a burgundy sort of field with an indigo rose, sort of like a Tudor rose. I would like to ask if I might be able to identify which rose specifically it is. And following up on that question, because you see, whenever you pick iconography for your heraldry, the iconography often symbolizes or stands for something. And I would like to know if I can identify which rose this is, what sort of, well, two different things. One, what sort of properties this rose might have. Is it a soporific? Is it poisonous? Does it have healing properties? And also, secondly, and I do think that Herbie might be able to help, also, what sort of mythological, mythic, or sort of folk stories are told about that? What I mean to say is, in some worlds, in some of these Gossamer worlds where we've traveled, if someone had on their livery a big old white hat, we would know that they were villains, because in that particular Gossamer world, white hats are what villainous people do when they come and invade places and attack the indigenous people. In other places, this sort of flower and this sort of color represents this sort of thing. So I thought if I was able to actually identify the rose, it might tell us something about this group of forces that we are currently inside the castle of.
You instantly figure out that the rose in question doesn't look a lot like the symbol that they're using, but you figure out what it does look like, and it is definitely native to this world. You have not encountered it specifically, but however, given who you are and what you do, you can reach out from here and find examples of it and begin to gather information.
Yes.
It'll take a little time, but you could do it from here.
Yes. I don't know everyone's, everyone's motivations. Some of their motivations are hidden from me. But yes, let us perhaps speak, let us speak to not the animals, but to the flora. I'm going to reach out and see if I can find this rose. And I probably will need Herbie. Yes, Herbie, we need to find that rose. It's not a tiger rose. Let's see if we could find this one, shall we? It might be important. Let's reach out. I'm going to concentrate a bit with my dear friend Herbie to try to find an example of this particular rose. I don't have a copy.
Yep.
Sorry, do you tell Laudine you're doing this, or can she see you do this?
Oh, Herbie shows up right away.
Okay.
Just floating in the air, so you know he's doing something, and of course he mumbles. He's like, you can see, he's like, oh, is that a tiger rose on the livery? No, it's not a tiger rose. What sort of rose is it? Oh, it must be native to this place. Oh, well, but what does it symbolize? And he's just sort of like, especially since he knows that people around here cannot speak the same language, he's like thinking out loud. So you know exactly what he's doing, and you also know that there is a likelihood that he might go somewhere. He probably should not, right? But if he can locate the rose, if he can talk to Los from here, that might be fine. But he also is the kind of person that might just go there to where that rose is, which is probably not going to be inside this castle.
There's an army between you and there, so I just want to be sure.
So just be aware that is a possibility. He probably won't, but you never know with him. He might be like, oh, and you know.
Yeah, I did want to actually ask about testing Side's hypothesis here, about the blue. So, Merdine would probably be familiar with the way like that axis of power feels mentally, and if you're not, Laudine will show you the sword so you can, refamiliarize yourself.
Yes, he studied the sword, so he has a sense that there's something there. Yes.
So, just from Side, this is something you might look for. Does it feel like this?
Instantly, the answer is yes.
Oh.
Ooh. Yes. Yes, it does, as a matter of fact.
In fact, yeah, it'll help you locate the actual flowers.
What do you think?
Can you feel that from anyone here, like when you try to find the location of the flowers and you're honing in on that, do you
Yes.
get that sensation from anyone in the castle or anyone down there?
Oh, I never really try to focus on people. It never even occurred to me to try. I mostly just think about plants and animals. Oh, and you can see it like, it sort of takes me back the idea that you could actually sort of like focus your energies on people. Like it's like it clearly was like just something that he has not has avoided. Let's put it this way: has avoided doing. Let's put it that way. That's the best way to phrase it, right?
Yep. Yep.
But don't you think? I think someone like Atropos or well, I mean, other people are much more capable at doing that.
None of them are here, and you are.
Ooh, I imagine that's so. Well, I could see if any of them have the, and you can see the justification. There's like a mental gymnastics happening. Well, I could see if this is a feeling that is within the flower. It could be like a perfume or like a pollen sitting on someone. I might be able to see if they have like a whiff of this about them, but not them themselves, but what might be imbued within them. That doesn't seem like it would be a bad thing to do. All right, I think I could do that. By the way, wouldn't it be strange and funny if the source of this power isn't the gemstones themselves, but the flowers? What if this is not a mineral situation, but a vegetative situation? What if it's the other way around? What if the source of this power is not minerals or gemstones, but what if it's the flowers of themselves that they're trying so desperately to keep alive?
Yes, then it is even more important that you find them and archive them.
Yes, indeed. I will go and seek out this. And when he says, "I will go and seek out," you know that he doesn't actually mean walking just yet. Like, sometimes he does, but at this point, like you could, like when he says, "I go seek out," you can just tell there's that kind of like mind sense, right? You have to worry about him wandering out about just yet. When I seek it out, I would go and see if I can get essential oils. Yes, that's the way. And he starts to sort of concentrate. And it's very clear that he seems to have a real block about doing anything with people. Clearly that this is like some kind of a thing for him. And so he begins to sort of send out, and he's got Herbie up there to pay attention to help him, to look for these particular roses so he can ask their name. But while he's imagining it's like if somebody's had a lot of garlic, you know, when somebody's had a lot of garlic,
Yeah.
and then the next morning you can smell garlic on them. That is what he's looking for. So in his mind, he's not. I
like the analogy. Okay.
You know, he's trying to find the kind of the resonance of this thing that he feels comfortable interfacing with rather than the people themselves. He is actually scanning people, but it's not what he's thinking. He's thinking of it in this like
right
secondary way. Yeah.
So because that's going to be a bit of a process, I'll get back to you.
Yeah, and he's going to like send it out there.
Oh, also, Laudine, you're starting to get some looks. So it is definitely you ran across multiple places that the two of you could be away from anyone that's going to because now the two of you were doing weird things. Before you kind of looked like you were part of the group. But there are multiple places that you could like ensconce yourselves if you wish to. So I'm giving you the tactical
yeah, I am putting Merdine in an alcove where he will not be bothered while he is doing this.
That's what I thought. Okay. In that case, I'll get back to you. Oh, go ahead. Yes.
When I mentioned that Atropos might have sort of quasi non-consensually just picked up Merdine on her planet. Right now, this is what I'm talking about.
Pretty much the same thing.
And then like, you know, and then Laudine is like, I'm going to put you over here. And it's not like he's not consenting. He's not really paying attention.
Yeah,
And
right.
he's like,
He
"How do we get
basically
here?"
doesn't notice. Yeah.
It
He
really,
doesn't notice.
you are so zoned out. I am going to protect you, and you can complain about it later.
Every now and then, Mirthine finds himself in a place he's not real sure how he got to. Okay.
Yeah. And he never complains because he just assumes that, like, well, all right, then I'm here now.
I
He
wandered off.
lives at the moment.
All right.
Yes.
Well, speaking of places that you're not sure how you got to, there are 4 of you currently careening through the castle. Oh, nice. On a
Ready?
in a particularly sturdy bench. No.
You know, I got them from the Umbra, so they're kind of janky.
That's even better. I love it. All right.
No, just
so, yeah.
driving around. The funny thing is, by the way, is that Dorian is a very reckless driver, but he has
yes.
the idle on. So paradoxically, he actually is a very good driver somehow.
Yes.
So he doesn't actually hit anything.
No, he just scares the hell out of people as he
Yes.
zips through the
Not
streets.
not for lack of trying, I
Yeah.
imagine. I imagine you're
Yeah.
trying to drive recklessly, right? You're trying so hard to have the wild abandon, and it just keeps getting ordered on
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, alas.
So to that end, yeah. What is your goal as you are zipping through the? And I'm asking this as a group. What is your goal as you are zipping through this? Because
Right.
Dorian, I'm assuming that if one of them tells you to go a certain direction, you will. So
Yeah.
okay.
Coral Atropos has to track down the source of the thing that we're looking for while careening at, 30 miles an hour or whatever.
That does make
we're
it more
going.
challenging.
Nice
That is
a little
fair.
bit,
and
just a little
buggy
bit.
here. Yeah.
I also will help a little bit by I have the one of my spells, which I don't know if this is going to work against Atropos, so I can not use it if this will help. But it's a perceptible thing. Pinpoint aberrations is another
Okay.
Eidolon spell. I use the Eidolon to point out the biggest deviations in an area, basically, and it sort of shows up. And I think as part of the linchpins I put in. Yeah, I can choose the display method, so I can actually have it show up as like a heads-up display in front of me that other people can see if they want. But,
Okay. Given the fact that it's not affecting either of the Umbra Masters, that's actually going to be a really good thing. Okay, so I feel like if it's like a heads-up display sort of deal.
Yeah.
I
I
can
display
look
it
or
as
not.
though it's showing up on a non-existent windshield.
Yes.
Nice.
So,
That's
okay, so
cool.
here's the thing. Given the fact that you've got 2 people in the we'll just call it a car, fine. You've got 2 people in the car
The
that
bench.
are really good at spotting exactly what this spell is supposed to be highlighting. It's basically just letting you sort of not have to focus on that part of it and focus intently on here is the thing, like here are the anomalies, here are the things that don't fit. The bad news is it's like looking at your phone in a dark room without any dimming.
Yeah, that's
You
rough.
can see it, but because it's powered by the Eidolon, it's
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
Right.
And when you look away, you've got after
Gotta-
images.
I may just try to look through the Umbra and
Sure.
look for. Okay, so here's the thing.
Yes.
This world.
Yep.
Doomed
Oh yeah, it's in
But-
bad shape.
is drawing power from other worlds in an effort to sort of revive itself, keep itself going.
Yes.
That is going to look like something
Oh yes,
in the
and
Umbra.
it's definitely focused on this castle, by the way.
Right. And so there has to be like a center point
Mhm.
where those energies converge. And I'm thinking that that's what we're looking at, or at least
Absolutely.
that's how Scythe is visualizing it.
Okay, and Atropos, what are you doing?
Atropos mainly is like when we're talking about that fire hose of energy. I think she is trying to figure out the source
Okay.
And as we get closer of I think she's at least, because she's been in so many like end of the world scenarios, she's used to seeing how some people will try and avert things. I think she's trying to figure out how to stop whatever it is as we get closer. Like, what new nuggets of information can I get?
All right. So you're
like, I'm shoving my face in the fire hose and seeing what's inside. Like that's basically.
I like that image. Okay. So from what it sounds like, obviously Dorian is propelling you and also providing you with some extra information. And correct me if I'm wrong on this. I just need to make sure I get it. Yeah, good call.
Steaming up.
It looked great. It did look great.
Yeah, actually, that's a good look for you.
So, Scythe, you are literally trying to zero in on the heart of this thing. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
I want to look at where the weak points in the world are and where that strength is shoving in.
And then it sounds to me like while this is happening, Atropos is working on answering the question, what's it going to take to stop this? Am I okay? Nice.
Yeah, especially since like we have another Umbra Master with us. Like, I'm gonna let Scythe
rules. Okay.
I can basically be like yeah, we're going the right direction, but I know where I can use, like, we all have our specialties.
Yeah.
Relying on everybody.
All right. So in that case, yeah, Scythe, you can definitely help guide Dorian. Every now and then you go past some very surprised castle dwellers. But you're going fast enough that they can't really do anything about it right now. So, okay, good news, bad news. The good news is that you have, Scythe, you have figured out exactly where you need to go. Bad news is it's about 60 feet underneath you.
Oh, rock. Which I'm using as a curse now. Thank you, Merdine,
it's all
for
purpose.
That. All right. So, I mentioned this. So, gang, the way I'm seeing this, I think it may be about 6 stories below. Unless there's a sub basement, I don't know how we're gonna get there. I mean, I could think of a lot of reasons, but yes, that. Hopefully there's even a room down there.
That is the question, isn't it?
Oleander says, I like your new friends.
You hear the ringing of the psychic telephone as Ladine chimes in with, so the combatants down there have a whole lot of mining equipment.
Oh. I think
and there's just random Merdine prattling in the background. I didn't know this. Like, that seems more like a tulip. Like, just in the background. You know,
and Merdine's looking for a blue rose. Not a tiger rose.
Oh. Ladine, we think that the source of the trouble is probably about 60 feet below us.
Right. Well, at the moment, Madine's busy and it doesn't look like I'm much use up here. I haven't determined whether I need to be helping one side or the other. Would I be of more use down there with y'all? Ladine would not say y'all. Sorry, that's me.
I'm gonna say yes, because
y'all's such a good word.
Y'all is a great word.
Look, English needs a second person plural pronoun, and y'all is just, it serves the purpose.
It's why I use it, but yes.
Okay, so I think with smashing that honestly, you're the best smasher we have. I mean, apart from Atropos, who is the smasher on a completely different level. But we don't talk about that.
All right. I will let Medina know and start heading down. We will rendezvous with you, hopefully on the floor before you go down 60 feet.
Yes.
All right.
You don't want to icon through. I don't know if you're probably only communicating with Scythe, so I don't hear that. Never mind. Sorry.
I don't know if I am capable of this. Are we all capable of this?
Yes. Any
Oh, good.
any two people that are in icon communication can appear at each other's locations.
Okay.
So if honestly,
Okay.
and you can bring Mirthine with you. So if you want to do that, you can appear. And this is going to be hilarious, but you could appear where they are.
I'm going to tell Mirthine of this plan, and I'm not entirely certain that Laudine is aware that y'all are on a moving vehicle.
Nope.
Oh, this is awesome.
So-
Okay.
I'm going to tell Mirthine they would like us to meet them before they go down. I was going to take the icon. Are you ready? Would you like to come along?
He's not really paying attention. You know how this is. He's like off sniffing flowers metaphorically, well, mystically. And this is when you just sort of like take him with you to places. This is how he gets places he doesn't realize how he got there, because he's only
Yes.
halfway paying attention.
This is one of those moments where Laudine is like,
Yeah.
I tried, like, I presented the situation, and like you had the chance and you were just not. Okay, I'm just
And
You're coming
this has
along.
been happening for like a couple centuries. It's just one of those things. And he's never mad. He's just sometimes a bit confused for a brief moment, but then he tends to go with the flow. He's like, oh, I guess I'm here now. And then just sort of take,
So-
because there's like I think you also know the difference between a Mirthine who's exploring, which he's doing now, and a Mirthine who's concentrating, right? You know what I mean? Like there's
Yeah.
like a and this is like I'm trying to find things, and and this is just when you just pick him up and you just take him with you, and he's like, oh, usually you don't show up in a moving vehicle though, but that's a different story altogether.
So how big is the bench turned automobile?
It's big enough to fit two more people in.
Okay.
However, it's just big enough to fit two more people in.
Ooh. Okay. So I would like to try this because I think it's cool. Laudine will say to Scythe, Dorian, Atropos, like all of y'all on the conference call. All right, we're coming through. I'm bringing Mirthine with. He's off exploring.
Oh, we get it.
So y'all are warned. And a few minutes later, or a few seconds later, Laudine appears holding Mirthine. She didn't realize it was a moving vehicle, so she is stationary and the inertia's coming at her. She somersaults across all of you and lands like in the back seat with Mirthine right in front of her.
How did we? Oh no, it's this thing again, isn't it?
Ah, glad you could
it's
join us.
This thing.
Just before you smash through a door.
Oh, there we are.
I hold on to the side because I too, like some other people, have been in this thing before, and like some other people, Atropos, there's like a white knuckling, and of course the book just floats along with, because the book is very mystical, but it's sort of like this thing.
What is this thing? Oh, okay. That
It's called a jalopy. That's what it's called, I think, a jalopy. I don't quite know where that comes from. Duck. Ooh, ooh,
it looks like
Press
a
the
bench
horn.
to me.
Not to worry, it should be
I
enough.
feel like does this make it stop? No, it doesn't.
Not to worry. Not to worry, perfectly safe. He's sort of steering with one arm.
Scythe,
And
there's
the
a
steering wheel
staircase
and
you
the
can take.
seats are invisible, by the way, but they are there. They are forced
Thank
creations.
goodness.
Laudine
White
looks
knuckles.
so unnerved.
What's this about a staircase?
There's a staircase you can take.
No, I mean,
Good.
Yep, it goes down and it curves at a couple of points. You knock the occasional. The bench is getting seriously scuffed up, but actually, given the magics that Dorian is putting into it, it's holding together And I'm going to tell you, it's going to hold together until Dorian quits letting it hold together.
Oh no.
So,
It's basically
Ladine
like a
is doing
Model
this-
T going down.
it is.
No, Ladine's taking this like a roller coaster, just wee.
Yeah.
It's the
Someone
Kronk
take her
Hey,
roller
picture.
coaster. Wrong left. Yep.
Some of those
Yeah.
older cars could take staircases, actually. That was the
Yeah.
scary thing.
Yeah.
I watched The Love Bug 6 times. I know they could go downstairs.
Oh man, all those good.
That was
1970s
another Herbie,
action
wasn't it?
films.
Ah,
there's-
yes.
Is
So- So speaking of which, the staircase. Okay, actually, yeah, Scythe, you are the one with. You don't have a comprehensive map of the castle, but what you do have is a significant sense of the general area that you are in, meaning
Okay.
where you are and like a pretty big sphere around yourself. So
Mhm.
you don't have a map in your head, you just have a sense of the space around you,
Okay.
allowing you to find, like, that's how you found the staircase.
Gotcha.
And so what now, the source is currently about 20 feet below you, and
Oh.
now off to your right.
Okay. Well, this keep goes down pretty far, as it turns out.
It does. They've
I'm-
built they built some serious basement substructure.
Wow.
Did they
okay.
dig too greedily and/or too deep?
Yes.
You
I
had to
think
get the
so.
unobtainium,
That's
okay?
it. They had to get it.
If it gets too dark, I'll turn on the headlights. Why does this
yes, I
bench have
really-
headlights? Oh, yeah. Why does it have a
Scythe-
steering wheel? We don't know.
However, Scythe, you are nearing the limit of what of where you can go in this vehicle.
Oh, okay, guys. There's like we're gonna have to jump off at a point. I mean, not jump off. I mean, unless we want to go that way,
Jumping off.
it would be kind of fun.
Ooh.
Oh,
Don't worry,
I just-
I'll do the jumping.
What is it? Oh, we
Oh,
need to
I-
stop. Is that right?
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh,
Right,
dear.
might be running
Okay.
up
This is
stairs.
worse.
Gently
Righto.
if possible.
When we get to the next landing, he's going to do a bootlegger's stop. Basically,
God.
he's going to pull
Yeah.
this giant non-existent gear, this giant non-existent rod sticking up, and he'll just basically apply the brakes. The thing will swing around and just come to a halt on the landing.
I jumped
Oleander-
out.
Oleander says, "Well, if I die today, at least I got to do that."
Right, oh.
Herbie, while we're here, could you please take a small snippet of this wood? I don't think we have a copy of this wood yet. In the
Herbie does
archive.
so.
Thank you, Herbie. It's sort of like an ironwood or like the petrified forest over that one planet. So but it seems native to this place, and ooh, so fast. You know.
As the last one of us hops out, the bench crashes to the ground.
Yes.
Ah,
Um,
R.I.P. the bench.
I know. So, just as this happens, okay. So right now, where you are
Mhm.
is actually you find yourself in what looks like just dungeons. Actual like what dungeons really are, which is a place to put criminals.
Right.
It's you.
Mm.
You
Or
find
your
yourself.
uncle.
You find yourself in an area, sort of a big, wide area with a lot of doors on either side that are extremely well locked. And those of you that can detect whether people are behind them, which might be all of you, I'm not real sure. Given you feel like they are unoccupied,
Oh, show dungeons.
but let's see. You also, from the smell down here, you can tell that they were recently occupied.
Hmm.
And Scythe, you're the one with sort of the seeker sense at this point, because
Yeah.
you were starting with it.
Got the yeah.
You know where you're going. Well, no, you don't know. You know where the thing is.
Right. But
You currently don't know. You know there's a path to it, but it's currently
Okay.
being well concealed.
Okay.
But you suspect it's probably something physical, not like an illusion.
Oh, good.
Just like a good old trap door or something
Oh,
like that.
sure. That'll be fun. Okay. Gang, it's around here somewhere, and
Yeah.
I think it's here-ish, but I'm not
All right.
quite sure.
Hmm.
Ooh, a
Is it-
door that won't open for us automatically.
Is my spell still up?
Which one?
Sorry, not the wild ride spell, but the
Definitely not.
the pinpoint aberrations spell.
Oh,
Do I still have a little heads up display floating in front of
it
me?
does, and you have to effectively focus it on the floor now. And once you do, you learn two things. There is in fact a trap door. It's big, and it is well concealed. It's like Tolkien elves made it. It's just impossible to see unless you know exactly what to look for and what to do. Here's the other thing. It's got a warding spell on it that might hurt Laudine.
Whoa!
How? Wait, why? I'm not magic.
No, but you're extremely tough.
You're the toughest one. You're the toughest fighter. You are the
The
buttercup
sword.
of the group.
You have the sword. Isn't that stone from here?
Mhm.
Can you
Oh,
take the
God.
sword from the stone? If you don't mind.
I felt.
I'm just saying, you could take the stone, put the stone back in, the sword back in the stone, and then, by the way, is there any lichen? Is there any sort of living plant life?
Oh yeah, there's
insects on some.
holy crap, there's fungus and definitely yeah, there's fungus and lichen and algae. Actually a fair amount of mushrooms.
Ooh.
I mean, I said fungus, but specifically mushroom type fungus as well.
Yes.
But also slimy things. It is a dungeon. It is in fact it has all of the kinds of stuff you would expect to find in an underground area that is not cleaned often.
Well, that's good. I would have been quite disturbed if you're like, there's nothing alive here at all, not even lichen.
Ooh, yeah. That would have been
Well, while they're doing their thing, I'm going to go and just have a little chat with some of the fungus to
excellent.
find out who was here when they left, get some samples if I don't have already copies. I'm just going to, again, there's a little bit of a wandering off chatting with plants
But
while they're doing big, heavy things.
I'll let you know what you find.
To me.
I have a harebrained scheme.
Oh,
Yes!
great.
I live for it.
All right, so if the magic folks can analyze that warding spell, I am wondering if I can use the power of the bluestone in the sword to trick it into thinking that I am legit.
Yes.
That is definitely possible. And you've got two or three people here that could help you figure that out.
Yes.
One of whom also has a bluestone.
Yes. A very powerful one. So
Fair point.
If the key for this thing requires blue stone energy,
yeah,
maybe we could just like pick it with that. Here, skeleton key, blue stone.
Yeah. Like an ID badge.
Yeah.
Well, if worst
If
comes to
only
worst,
you
I
had
can
some
always
sort of
tinker with the
skeleton
spell.
Like sensing the door and things like that. Can Atropos sense anything strange about it? At least?
You can sense the magic as well.
Like maybe like just.
Yeah, it is definitely. It is not of the power that the bluestone is connected to, but it is definitely. Oh, okay. Here's a good example. That spell that Dorian cast that was Eidolon powered, it's like that. It's like it's powered by whatever power the bluestone has. So it's not like the stone in your amulet, which is much closer to that. It's more like that. It's like someone basically made a spell and used that to power it.
And is that so? It's like there's no edges. there's no like, here's the doorknob, where's the key.
You're convinced there are edges, you just can't perceive them.
Gotcha. You know, I think I am going to take a card from Radine's playbook. In that there's a lot of fungus and rot and things down here. I think she's going to use potentially her Umbra to try and where the cracks are, where the edges are, kind of grow this.
Nice. Okay.
These like death associated plants.
That's cool.
I don't think she understands the spell that she's using, perchance. This is very much something that Corey would, and it's almost like this back in her brain, like she doesn't even realize she has the idea.
Right.
But she just does it.
Okay. Yeah, that is working. It's a slow process, but it's not, I mean, it's growing faster than it would normally grow. So that's working. And also, Merdine, you noticed that happening because it's a plant thing. Also, you've got a little information now, and there were people in here quite recently, and all of them were put into service defending the castle.
It's what I suspected. And you can just hear he's having a conversation with the fungus that you all can hear because he often just doesn't turn off the icon. It's just one of those things. And he's like, oh, so were they brought out sort of? Was this a? I don't know if you know the word press gang. You don't know. Do you know when you are forced to grow in places you don't want to? You've been that space before, you know, and there's the soil. Anyway, so picked up and moved. Yes, so we're looking like perhaps what you call it, a draft or press gangs. Yes, that makes sense. By the way, are you getting enough nutrients? Like there's a little padding. Oh, you seem to be growing quite well. That's very nice.
Actually, yeah, they seem to be thriving down here. They do miss having the people around because that was definitely giving them more food. But and occasionally one of them would die, and that was like a party. But
so it's a cycle of life.
Yes.
How did people get through that door, by the way, or who did? There's a door here. Do you notice?
They do not have information about that. Oh no, that's not true.
That's all right.
I take it back. They actually do. The reason they have information about that is that every now and then, whatever they did would
impact them.
It would kill a bunch of algae and fungus.
Oh. And so and again, he's just saying things like, so whenever someone would go through, you would die, there'd be a loss of life and pain. Oh, I'm so sorry. When was the last time this happened? Someone, this wave of mutilation happened.
The good news is that you were pretty good at figuring out how different life forms perceive time.
Understand things. Yeah.
So your guess is a number of hours ago.
So quite a long time in terms of your lifespan. Oh, I see. 4,000 spores. I see.
Right.
I see. It's about 3. I would spend sort of this 4,000 spores of this one. You can tell you're growing right now, sort of rapidly. It's about 4 or 5 hours ago. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
and he's not actually
in the neighborhood 4 or 5.
But you all know it. Yeah. But you all know it because he just says these things out loud. And there's a lot of what's the word? Static, right, in his talk, like, oh yes, like 4,000 spore cycles, and there's spores on this other planet would have been, but it makes sense if you think about the ways in which your planet is moving around. Probably 2 suns, 1 sun, and but you get if you are not a person who knows Merdine, you're probably going to just tune out everything he says, which is one of the things that's quite useful about him, because people will not pay attention when he's saying actually important things. But since you do know him, you're just going to be waiting for those little keywords to pop up, and you're like, okay, somebody went through about 4 hours ago. It causes some. You would probably guess, he didn't say it, but you'd probably guess there's probably some sort of magical, probably some kind of magical emanation that happens when this door is opened, which causes this sort of so there's some kind of death that happens for our for all of that you get in a way that if you were not paying attention, if you're easily bored or you misunderestimated him, you underestimated him, you would not be paying attention to anything that happened there in that conversation.
Merdine is showing his work.
And I
all
hope
right.
that'll help Atropos.
Yeah.
Her.
So, actually, yeah, Atropo, you have now outlined there is a line, and it's pretty big. It's about 8 feet square.
Hmm. Would would my skeleton key work to open it? Do we think?
You think it would?
So some family drama incoming, but okay, so I sort of reach into a fold of my garment, which is actually sort of an umbral pocket, and withdraw the key. And I'll touch it with the key in
Nothing's
a way
happening
that
immediately. You're gonna have to figure out what unlocking it means. But you think
good
you can.
point. Okay. Unlocking it. All right. Well, there is definitely, I mean, Atropos has outlined it. There's like definitely a place that it is. And then sorcerously, right? We've got. Did we see? I took a bio break and I missed part of the conversation.
I don't think you
so-
missed. I don't think you missed anything that you any information you need. But yeah,
Okay.
sorcerously speaking, there is a very bad spell on it. That if
I can-
if the wrong thing happens, or by the spell's determination, the right thing,
good.
yeah, destruction will rain down upon anyone trying to get into the door.
I can play with
Okay.
that ward a little bit if you need me to. But
Yeah, I
just
kind of
depends
would
on-
like that, actually. That would be delightful.
All right, what does that look like?
Well, I have 3 different things I could do to it. So
It's good
the
to
question
have. It's
just
good to
becomes,
have plans A through C. Good. Okay.
So I just sort of look at it and for a moment, and I try to determine. Okay, I can try to reflect the spell, I can try to invert the spell, or I can try to just pull its linchpins so that it sort of becomes not a spell anymore.
I mean, the third one is definitely the most thorough.
Yeah, basically,
You
pulling
can
the
do that.
Yeah, pulling the
Yeah.
linchpins will involve sicking the Eidolon on it. Is the only thing.
It will. There's
Just
your
so
problem.
folks are aware.
But you can do
spells by
that.
their nature are imperfect.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I'm thinking we have to, guys, this is serious. I'm thinking we might have to like quit low-key making fun of the linchpins after this.
Well, one
Because
does what one needs.
And
we
you
going
all
for just-
know that Murthine, when Murthine hears the word linchpin, you know this because he's whittled them before. He thinks of those wooden clothespins. That's always what he thinks. And he fumbles about and he sort of picks up one of them that he has in one of his many pockets and just kind of hands it over to Scythe. Because there have been times when Scythe has needed a wooden clothespin, and just hands it over.
I cannot deny that is true.
Right. Well, shall I just try to defuse the thing then? I suppose that's the direction we're going.
I definitely think that would be good. And meanwhile, I think we can unlock this without using the Umbra, therefore not like messing each other up. I'm wondering what would happen if Dame Laudine and Atropos like sort of lent the power of their blue stones to the skeleton key while Dorian is dismantling that spell, possibly slightly after Dorian has dismantled that spell.
I like that. That sounds fun.
I do know the necklace has a lot of nasty enchantments on it, so it might be a little bit difficult to do that, but she would be willing to give it over Also, so for the if it is to go off, what kind of magic is it? Like, I know it's made out of that bluestone magic, but is it any way similar to something Atropos would do? Because
Oh,
she would try to absorb it if
oh,
it would
interesting.
go wrong.
Really, what it is it's just, it's like, the best analogy would be like it's just going to effectively magically electrocute anyone that is too close to this if you don't open the thing the right way.
Not fun.
Laudine is going to turn her sword into its biggest possible form, which is
Ooh.
the giant like Buster sword
Yeah, that one,
y'all
yeah.
have seen. She is going to put herself between the trapdoor and Merdine and just like sword on the floor and just, if it goes off.
He's such a great protector.
Okay, so actually,
Merdine is going to do a
Go
thing
ahead.
that is actually quite useful, but I don't think he realizes it. He's not doing it to be useful. He's doing it because it's a bit of a mystery. His little plants, Guy, Funga, all of them, they all told him some things, and they talked about like death. And so he's trying to go and like follow that thread to find out how far out the circle of death went, right?
Okay.
Because they would tend to know like which one of them had died. They'd lost. I sense a disruption in the force. Like thousands of fungus died. And so basically wanting to like find the radius, right, or the circumference of this sort of death field.
Okay.
And he's just like doing it by following the fungus, which will probably actually get him out to the outside of the circle, but he's not doing that on purpose. He's
That's
just trying to
hilarious, but
find
it
out.
actually will.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So,
once he figures it out, he's going to tell everybody,
Yeah.
about here, I think.
so what all of you have described is perfect. It's actually going to work. So, in order, Dorian makes the spell not a spell anymore.
Right, stand back, everyone.
Which
This is in
actually
his
is the
watch.
thing that takes the longest.
Nice.
But even
Yeah.
that's a matter of minutes. It's not like, you're not down here for an hour.
I think then the watch starts ticking when he
Oh,
opens it and it
nice.
starts glowing. And
I
you
like
can
that a
see
lot.
kind of if you're looking at it the right way, you can see the Eidolon working to faster than it normally does with spells to
Yeah.
correct it, basically, this errant
Yeah.
thing that should not exist in this way, this imperfect thing with bits missing.
Right.
To
Spells
just
warp
sort of correct
reality.
it out of existence.
We need to restore reality.
Yeah.
And
How does what's the emotional vibe off of Dorian when he does this? We know how Dorian is as a person, right?
Yeah.
And here he is utilizing the destruction of all the rough edges of things that he loves, right? Like as a person, he's always loved the rough edges of things, like the kind of beauty in like a impressionistic painting or something, right? Cubism, that kind of a thing. And
Yeah.
here he is utilizing a power that just destroys all of that variation and makes everything symmetrical. And he doesn't ever seem to be the person who like finds beauty and like symmetry in that way. So what is his emotional vibe when he does things like this?
I think the best way I could describe this, actually, I'm thinking, is that, when Laudine is in a duel with someone, and wants to take care to disable them without killing them, right? Or basically doesn't want to do harm, but wants to eliminate the problem. It's kind of like that sort of very precise concentration. Dorian kind of treats it like it's like, though, with Dorian, it's like if you were playing a game of chess, and that were the way that you were essentially dueling someone. Because he kind of the way he got the Eidolon, he had to turn it into a game. So it's very much this feeling of like, and it's on the surface, it's completely casual. So on the surface, it's like, well, we shall now use a nuclear warhead to dismantle this pocket watch. And then underneath, it's like, we're now using this nuclear warhead to dismantle this pocket watch. We're going to aim it right there. Is sort of how it is under the surface.
So yeah, the next thing, Scythe and Atropos are. Oh, and actually, Scythe, Atropos, and Laudine are in fact. You are in fact able to combine. The key is in fact doing the work, but it is being heavily enhanced by what. But yeah, by what Laudine and Atropos are doing. So there is eventually a very satisfying click, and then the sound of cog wheels sliding against each other.
That never gets old.
And then there is a bit of a rumble, and instead of opening upwards, the door descends down until you can see a staircase.
Wow.
But now, let's see who picks up on this first. It's going to be Atropos. Atropos, two people that were not in the castle before have just showed up in the castle, and they are on the way here.
Oh.
One of them is yeah, you could detect her from here. You're close enough. One of them is definitely Naida Kataris. And let's see. Not to, yeah, Laudine, what you've got now is, I think at no point were you not aware of what was going on the surface. And it sounds like maybe those guys just got to the wall with something heavy.
Okay, they're gonna start digging.
And now we're going to take a break.
Ah!
Excellent, excellent. We're going to go ahead and go to break. I've got an interview, a shorter interview queued up with our friend Dee, whom you may know from another channel, Prax. And
Indeed,
we will see you in a little bit. Ta-ta. Welcome to the break. I am here with Dee, and we are going to talk about games that Dee has written. Hello, greetings.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Just delighted to have you here. You have written several games, and I've been lucky enough to be able to play some of them, and so I just wanted to delve into your itch page here and just sort of talk a little bit about some of the games that you've written, at least whatever we can touch on here. I wanted to sort of start with these couple that you that you developed. The Helene Heroines and Zia's Recipe Book. Tell us a little bit about those.
So those are the two games that I wrote. Independent systems. They're systems I created for these particular games. And Helene Heroines is actually the first game I ever wrote independently. And it is based on a conception of ancient Greek mythology as it actually was understood, and rather than a lot of the filtering you get for Victorian and early 20th century's perceptions of what Greek mythology was. So it's a very interesting system. I acknowledge that it's not perfect. It was the first one I ever wrote, but it will always be dear to my heart. It was also, it's unique because I believe that its focus is a lot on looking at power dynamics and how you can tell a story and have complex heroines, specifically because this game was written to address female representation as a heroine model.
Yeah.
But with also the understanding of an ancient Greek definition of what a hero was. And then what's important to understand is that in ancient Greece, to be a hero required certain things. All of the heroes of Greek mythology have a couple things in common, aside from, number one, they're all men. Number two, they're all somehow semi-divine. either directly, we talk about Hercules, although he wasn't really so much a hero as like a comic relief character, and quite frankly was frequently discussed as being a comic relief character. And you see him, like one of my favorite plays, he just shows up midway during the hostess, he comes to this kingdom and the king's wife has died for him, and it's this whole thing, and everybody's tragic, and they're just finished the funeral, and Hercules shows up and he's like, "Hi, I want another drink." "What do you mean I can't drink right now? I should be..." It's hilarious. But so heroes in ancient Greek mythology have semi-divine, either directly, one parent being divine, or their grandparents or great-grandparents, but there's a divine lineage there somewhere. And they're all nobles, right? Like, they have to be of the upper classes. You cannot be of the lower classes and be a hero. And part of that actually comes down to an understanding in language of the word save in Greek is not used for an equal. A Greek man could save women and children, but he cannot save his buddy on the battlefield. You can't do that because you're undermining his authority, you're undermining his masculinity, you're undermining his identity. You can help him on the battlefield, but you can't save him. And this is really kind of an important understanding because it gets changed when we get into the use of Greek in the New Testament and then the Christian ideology of like Christ saves everybody.
Yeah.
But Christ can do that because he's divine and therefore above everyone. So Hellene Heroines is taking those understandings of heroism as defined by ancient Greeks and applying it to a lot of these female figures, which were also kind of important, right? Like Andromache and Medea and, some of these other women who are also semi-divine and, again, noble classes. Everything is about the noble classes. And so it's a very interesting story game system that I created. And the first adventure I ran for it and kind of wrote it for was a conception for the labyrinth, where the players are all trying to escape the labyrinth. And they all have major and minor benefit. And it's a die-based system similar to your favorite system, Jim. It's a die-based system with different values attributed to different die. And you have this, major and minor benefits that come from having who your divine patron was, who your divine lineage came from. And it really is a look on how that all kind of plays out and interacts. I love it. It's one of my favorite games I've ever written.
No, that's great. I do enjoy a good labyrinth. Tell us a little bit about Zia's recipe book, if you would.
So Zia's recipe book actually came out of PAX U 2019. I follow Dave Baker and Meg Baker, both really brilliant, I think, creatives, very strong voices in the space. And they have written one of my favorite games and a tool set that I like to use in any game that's going to involve romance called Firebrands, because it's a great system to highlight verbal and communicative consent and even within roleplay. And so one of the first supplements I wrote for a published rule set was Among the Phoenicians, which is a Firebrands setting for between the First and Second Punic Wars in Sicily. And it had a lot of fun, and I enjoyed writing it. But at PAX U 2019, Meg Baker was there, and I wanted to go over and talk to her because we had been communicating, because one of the things I said is like, okay, well, I've written this supplement. I should let Dave and Meg Baker know that I've done this. Hi, is this okay? And, yes, it would have been fine theoretically because you can't copyright rule sets, but at the same time, this is a very narrativist game where certain phrasing is very important. So it's like it's a free game. You can go download it. Mine is a supplement. It's you can go free to download. And so we've been texting, and one of the things that came out of that is a discussion we were having about she was putting together this anthology of books about ethnic experience in food and how food communicates in just in general.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, because of COVID, really is what happened. The end of 2019, that weird discussions going on and all these things, and then we get to 2020, and COVID happens, and that whole project falls apart. So I actually ended up individually publishing this game, and it is a game about memory and traditions and food and how that is expressed across generations. And how, well, I'll just read the blurb because I think I wrote it much better in the blurb than I would.
Sure.
So Zia's recipe book is a game about the dishes that connect families across generations, be they family of blood or family of choice. Zia is Italian for aunt, but this recipe book can be from any auntie, mama, mother, grandmother, nonna, nana, tia, bobe, makuahine, kapuahine, or anakani across generations or ethnic groups. It is full of recipes that have fed the family for generations. It is a treasured artifact that connects the present to the past. But Zia never measured in cups or tablespoons. There's not a mention of ounces or grams anywhere inside this book. And you are to make one of these signature recipes for a major event. The story of how this dish is made and who you make it with, and what history you remember together is the tale you will tell at this table. And it's a D6 system that you could play solo journaling or with people.
Beautiful.
So it's kind of a lot of fun.
I love that description. That's wonderful. All right. Well, if folks want to find your stuff, where should they go?
You can check the games I wrote out on itch, ddonlan at ddonlan.itch.io. You can also check if you see me around Twitch, you can find me at Praxagorth Esmiophoria around Twitch, and my link tree is there. You can find me at all those places.
Excellent. We must talk about some of your other games very soon. But for now, I'm going to throw things back to my future self, whatever it is that I've gotten up to at this point. Thank you all very much for watching. Take care. We have returned. Greetings,
Hello.
greetings.
So the last thing that happened was big door thing lowered and revealed a staircase. Okay, so also
Unfortunately.
yes, also 2 people have arrived in the castle that were not before, and these are 2 relatively powerful people. The guys literally trying to undermine the wall sound like they might be getting through. Mervine, when the door opens, there is a rush of air from the lower level into your level, implying that there was that it was particularly well sealed.
Yeah.
And you smell resin very, very powerfully. And that resin
Ooh.
is definitely from those indigo roses.
Yeah, so that's like a rose. Like that's what I think this is resin. Do I think this is like essential oils? And you can tell because his chatter sort of hits up, and you're in person, but it's still hitting through the icons. You get the sense that he is sensing that energy, right? And again, he's like, but it's coming, of course, it's coming from the flowers, the flowers rather than the minerals. Minerals. What's the relationship between minerals and flowers? Mineral water, minerals, and do they feed? Is it a symbiotic relationship? Is this how this goes? But there's clearly something about this sort of third energy.
And Atropos, you definitely get the rush of power. And maybe you're imagining it, but maybe the amulet is pulling towards it. Scythe, you remember that time back in Angeru when you got like stabbed?
I faintly remember that. Yes.
Yeah. So you didn't know to look for it then, but now you are sensing that ripple in space that happened right before you got stabbed with a poison thing.
I pivot around, and okay, don't stab without thinking. Don't stab without looking. Don't stab without looking. I think I'm gonna stab it. I'm sorry.
I think that's fine.
So what happens? You don't actually connect with anything, but you effectively parried something that would have hit your leg.
Rude.
Excuse me.
I stab it. I see Scythe move.
Yes.
And
Actually, yes. Laudine, on the other hand, stabs it.
I yell, "You blue rock!"
This alerts me to there being something outside of my brain space.
So the 3 people in here that can easily detect the shifting in space are Dorian, Atropos, and Scythe.
Yeah.
Mervine and Laudine have a shot at it, but sort of, especially in Laudine's case, sort of after the fact, like what just happened. By the way, you're sure you killed something, but you can't see it. You killed something, but it's not here.
You see, Laudine hasn't actually like moved from her initial position. It's just now her sword, instead of being like the big buster sword, is like a naginata. It's like 10 feet long. It's got the blade on the end, and she's
good. Okay.
Yes. I tell Oleander, keep an eye out, I guess.
Oh, it's like those invisible assholes that fucked up my house.
That's exactly what it is.
Oh, I got a bone to pick with these guys. Show me where to stab.
Quick question.
Yeah, same.
Yes.
I haven't dropped the spell yet necessarily, unless it's
Oh no, it's still up if you want it. Yeah.
The aberration site, which I kind of imagine it's like a couple like glowing concentric circles that are up and kind of showing where things are. So
Okay.
it looks kind of like a heads-up display if it were a steampunky type thing, basically.
Okay,
a
now
little bit.
this is interesting. The way that things look with this spell is you don't find any aberrations. But right now, what you're seeing is as if it's it's one thing overlaid on another thing.
Ooh,
So
okay.
there is the room that you can see, and then much more faintly, the spell is picking up some other location. So it's not telling you anything's wrong with it, because both locations are exactly like they should be. They're just occupying the same space.
So it's like a little bit of static, or whatever the equivalent, whatever the late 1800s, early 1900s equivalent of static would be.
Yeah, I mean, there was, yeah,
Have
Sand,
you ever
glitter,
right.
steam, I don't know.
Have you
It's
ever
always steam.
seen like photographic film, like 35 millimeter
Yeah.
film,
Ooh,
that someone's
yes.
used too many times? So you take one
Yeah.
picture and it's there, and then you take
Yeah.
another
Mhm.
picture on top of that same
Yeah.
set of film, and you
Yeah.
see both images. One's kind of fainter.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Yes.
I-
Oh, yeah,
I like
yeah.
that so much.
It's a lot like that.
The
And
double
actually, that
exposure.
would fit perfectly, I think, with Dorian's view.
Yes, it does.
Question.
Yes.
And just so for my brain, is it that like something is being hidden, or is it like two worlds over top of each other?
The second one. It is literally two.
Okay.
It's co-location. It is two places in the same space.
Is
Okay.
this how the Gossamer Lords shut the Dwimmer Lake out? By just keeping them where they were, but not?
So they closed the doors. And can
Like
I would just like
existing
to,
concurrently, but
yes,
in a
like
different.
off,
It
like
is
like off, right?
something we
Yeah.
should discuss later. We have two-
Sorry.
Is
Oh,
someone
yeah,
going
yeah.
to
I
tell
would
me
like-
where to stab next?
Yes.
I'll widen the
I'd like to
lens.
sense plants. I'd like to sense plants in the other space. If there are any sort of
Oh.
plants in this other space.
Uh-oh.
Okay. All right. So between all of you doing that, you're able to deal with this with you do get the occasional minor cut. You are but nothing that's going to impair your ability.
But
Yet.
more importantly, this is not for me. If I can sense plants in the other space, I would say, Herbie, help me with this one. I would like to. I can do. It's like I have a number of things I can do with plants. Grasping flora. I can grow, make a berry out. I would like to actually create a link.
Oh.
Right. I'd like the fungus, the lichen, to grow and to create and to link with the lichen or the plants on the other side.
Sure.
So that there is a physical link between them, because I think that will help Laudine. It's like it's like an anchor.
Yeah,
like a
or
physical anchor,
a bridge. Yeah, I got you.
or
Okay.
a bridge. So that even though we're overlaid, but I just feel as if there's some sort of material connection that keeps connecting the two places, then it might be easier for Laudine and them to be able to like at least trace that cord to be able to do what you need to do.
Right. So
I'm
for
going to,
any of you doing any, and there are multiple attackers moving around. They are, even with all of this, it's impossible to perceive any of them constantly, because it is in a lot of ways like trying to focus and unfocus your eyes into different places, and only a few of you are able to. Actually, no. With Dorian's help, you are able. With Dorian and Mervine, you are able to perceive the other location, but it
and
ends up.
spores.
Yeah, it ends up being like fighting something. It's like fighting something in one of those photographic negatives. It's like you're
Yeah.
trying to get something that's still hazy and not really focusing. And whatever's
I wouldn't-
happening with them, they can see you guys just fine.
Yeah.
So
And to help,
you're on the
I
back
hope-
foot, but you're maintaining currently.
I hope this will help by having this flora bridge between the two, and I will say, excuse me, I'm so sorry, Sally, Steve, could you release spores? And I would like to have them release a cloud of spores in both places, probably about waist high or so, like a good cloud of pollen or spores, to be able to make these things visible. But since I have made a bridge of our flora in both places, I would like these spores to, I would like to encourage my friends to release their spores in both spaces, hopefully making it easier for us to see them with whichever dimension they tend to be in.
Okay.
There'll be this sort of cloud of spores in both spaces, right? If it's, I imagine if it's in both spaces, then we should be able to see them. I'm just here to support spores. See,
That's
Sally,
definitely helping.
spores.
All right, let me go around real quick, and then a thing's going to happen, but I need to see what everyone's plan is. So, Dorian, next, what are you up to during all of this?
Oof. Yeah, the plan there was a silly plan I came up with for a second, and then I realized no, that's not going to work because these are dimensional shifting. I'm just as far as I can think right now. I'm just following along to help sort of direct the where we're headed. But,
right, and you've still got the spell up, and I'm assuming, like you said, you were making it visible for everyone, right? So it is possible for people to perceive it. Okay.
Yeah. Right now I'm just, all I'm doing is I'm just telling the watch to pull. It's got an empty seat, so I'm contemplating what to pull in.
Okay.
So I'm having it pull something into one of its thing. I might just pull it. I might just do another pull linchpin thing in case it comes up. But anyway,
gotcha.
Okay. I'm not sure.
Sure.
Is what I'm telling you. I'm not sure
not
yet.
Not a problem. I'm just making sure I'm not missing
It'll
anything.
happen in the moment.
All right. So, Laudine, what are you doing while this madness is going on? You're at the point now, by the way, that if you feel like you've got about 45% visibility on these things.
Okay, I have an idea, but so. She is fighting them, but the way in which she is doing this, she herself, if she's not using if there's not an opponent within her radius with the pole arm, what she does is she kind of tosses the weapon just like gently. She doesn't move. She's standing between Merdine and whatever nonsense this is. And the sword itself begins to attack these opponents. And if the opponent appears to be more on this side, like the Tamsin side, you see the sword take the most appropriate shape. It's either a montante, which is like the super long, like 6.5 foot long sword, like the cavalry sword.
Yeah.
Or the polearm, the naginata, and just like stab. But you also see that if it looks like Ladine's got 20% visibility and the opponent is on the other side of that barrier, the sword itself, the weapon, goes a little fuzzy. Like it fades a little bit photonegative as it goes into the other world to finish its attack.
Nice.
And then pulls back.
I like it.
Excellent.
Okay. Dorian.
I have one tiny thing. And it's only to help me, unfortunately. But I am going to go ahead and cast Predictive Counter Move, which what that spell does uses information from the Eidolon to help position the caster somewhere other than where a blow is about to land.
Nice, and that's going to be particularly helpful right now. You find yourself being guided to places that don't make any sense until about a second later. All right, so Atropos, what's going on with you?
So I have a couple questions. First question, are we going down there yet, or are we just standing above the door? Or I guess, where is the door? Because it's like a trap door, right?
Yeah, and it's effectively in the middle of this room.
And where's everyone positioned?
That's a good question. Where is everyone positioned? Where would you all like to be?
Laudine.
Yeah.
And we are effectively being distracted from going down that open trapdoor.
It does seem to be that they are. That is their goal now that you think about it. Yes, they are. Oh, in fact, Laudine, not only are they trying to keep you away from the door, their secondary goal seems to be to keep you busy until someone else comes in.
Oh,
Oh, they're
cer-
stalling. Go.
nice.
Yeah, because my plan was I am going to make it look like I am going last.
Okay.
And I would like, as Scythe is passing me, or no, I'm going to give it to Dorian, actually.
Mm.
I'm going to give the amulet to Dorian and just say, it wants to go down there. I don't know why.
You're not about to do anything heroic, are you?
No, me? No, never. Go. But after
line
everyone
open.
does go down, I'm planning on shutting the door.
Okay. So Scythe.
Yeah, so this is my least favorite type of fight. I can't hide in the shadows and snipe people because they are the ones quite effectively, hiding from me. So I am
You do have clouds
definitely-
of spores that you can hide in.
I
You can
do.
hide in-
True.
Well, I am going to take advantage of the clouds of spores, grab my sister, and go down
Okay.
away from this stupid fight.
All right. So, Dorian, are you also going down?
Yes, but I have one other thing. I have one other spell I can cast. I am sorry. I'm casting so many
No,
ridiculous
this is-
spells right now.
It's kind of your thing.
I just realized, well, this might help distract them for a little bit before we go down. If we are all close to the door, to the trap, if we can manage to get close to the trap door, and we are trying to, and we have sort of an area around us where we are not standing. Keeping in mind the path that we're headed, I'm trying to avoid the path we're headed. I'm just trying to do this room. I have another spell, a recent spell called Upsy Daisy. I don't know what effect this is going to have because they're in two different places. So if they get, the gravity is going to invert basically in the area that I designate. So anyone who would be standing, at least on this world, in a place, are going to find themselves on the ceiling or falling toward the ceiling.
Nice.
I don't know what that'll do to their other half.
Right. So you're talking now. This is specific targets, right? So you are.
Well, it's
Or is
an area.
An area.
It's a specific area that I designate.
Ah.
I presume I can shape it in like a donut. Sort of type deal.
Perhaps not trying to not catch any of your friends in it. I'm assuming.
Yes, that's
So,
the.
okay.
Yes, that would be
Appreciate it.
ideal. Yes.
This thing has a location linchpin. Yes.
Yeah, it's a. Let me make sure I put one of those in. Area of effect. And
the
current
area of
current
effect
world
doesn't
is
have
always
to be this reality. You can perceive
Ah.
or you can perceive both locations.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. I didn't specify it as a specific location.
No,
Yeah,
and again,
okay.
you, thanks to your other spell, you can perceive literally both places.
Like if I
So,
could,
yeah.
I can make one of them go one way and the other go the other. No.
That would
I-
require two spells, but you can.
Yeah, that
you
probably
can
should
affect
work. Yeah.
only one or the other. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll do that, and that one's in the watch, so I can do it quickly,
Ooh,
Right.
like that. Okay.
and just basically
So
like right. Oops, Daisy. And so I open the watch, and with my other hand, I just make an upward gesture.
Nice.
And is it right? Let's
All right.
gather in right down.
So everyone except Mervine realizes that what Dorian just did has allowed you an opening that you can get through without being stabbed. Because otherwise,
Oh.
the only way to get down would have been to have to have gone ahead and basically just taken a shot and gotten through them. But now they were distracted long enough, and you guys are fast. So the right now, is it just the two of you going down? Atropos staying up for now.
It depends. I guess my question, I am nervous if I go down there in the same vicinity as the amulet that something will happen.
It's not impossible. Yeah, that's
okay. So I think Atropos is going to be buying time so they can get done what they need to get done.
Fair enough. All right, so that leaves right now Merthine, Laudine, and Atropos up top. All right, so
Okay.
So there are three. There are three of you under heading down the stairs right now.
Yeah, taking advantage of Dorian's opening, Laudine is going to scooch Merthine through for like the least chance of getting stabbed.
Good.
Okay.
Just like go well, it's safe.
Oh, great. Okay, as if to push him downstairs too. Okay. Or not push him downstairs, but
like encourage him to move while the opportunity lasts.
I realize I phrased that poorly. But yes. Okay, fine. All right, so now
it's the way it would go, because he doesn't know when he doesn't know when the right way to move,
absolutely not,
move is or not, and he's probably like still. Yeah, so this is how it works. This is how Laudine keeps him safe. It's like, and go. There's just a little bit of a shove, and he's like, whoop, tumbles down where he needs to go.
Yeah, he could follow orders.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Quick question about I got the weird feeling from the amulet. Does it feel like it wants to be near me, or is it? I guess I'm worried it's going to affect someone else.
You're not. Yeah, you're not getting. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you're not getting that it. Yeah, you're not getting that it feels like it needs to be near you, but it is being pulled towards whatever's in the floor below.
Is there a way for me to figure out whether that's beneficial for us or not?
Yeah, let me think about that. Yeah, because you get a vibe off of it. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, the Umbra is actually going to help you with this especially because your Umbra sense tends to be more big picture. Oh, here is something that you have. Okay, so yeah, this world. It's not just that it's being propped up. It's that it feels like a spinning plate.
Oh.
And the thing that's balancing the plate is a combination of the two forces you're most familiar with, being Umbra and Eidolon. And then there are two other forces that you do not even have a name for right now.
Jelly and pepper.
Yeah.
Jelly and pepper.
I apologize. We do have a name for them, more of a nickname, but yes. So yeah, honestly though, it is in fact what you guys were talking about when you said jelly and pepper. So it is. This is an imperfect analogy, but it is as if you've got two spectrums that are crossing each other to form an axis. And
are they intersecting at the bottom of the stairs?
Yeah, and that's what's happening downstairs. Also, those two people that showed up literally just appear in the room now. One of them is in fact Naida Kataris, someone all of you are familiar with in some manner. The other one, some of you have caught an image of this guy, some of you may not have, but basically he looks exactly like Naida, except male presenting, but also, dark skin, pointy ears. Naida, both of them are holding swords. Hers is more of a long sword, his looks like a scimitar. And sword in her right hand, some sort of glowing ball of energy in her left. And he just has the sword. And okay, so Laudine, the first thing that happens when he appears is he begins running towards the stairs. She, on the other hand, is hanging back and literally just lobs a fireball into the room. So let's see. She's aiming it right between Atropos and Laudine, as if to basically blow the two of you out of the way.
Is there a way to react to this?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, if this is a fireball, I would like to use Umbra to disperse it, like into
Okay.
ash, kind of like a. I'm playing.
Nice.
I hate bringing this show series up, but there's the game between the Sandman where they're saying, "I am
yeah.
this, I am that."
Oh, yeah.
That is kind of what she's doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Despite the issues, the writing is still good. So yeah, we can. But yes, okay, that's working, but not as well as it would in a place where Umbra is stronger. So it's going to lessen the effect significantly. But what that means is, and Laudine, obviously, you will have your own reaction to this. But what is happening is both of you, if you remain where you are, will get singed, but not. Here's okay. First off, it makes it a lot less hot. It is hot, but instead of being yellow hot, it's now merely red. And it would have exploded with enough force to throw both of you back. But now, Atropos, you won't. It's going to knock you off your feet, but it's not going to knock you into a wall. Laudine, you are. Yeah, you can stay on your feet. It's hot and it's uncomfortable, and you're probably going to have to grow your eyebrows back. But it is. But you are otherwise relatively unharmed.
Yeah, I did have a question
Yes.
about mechanics here. Does a fireball count as a conventional weapon?
Question.
Where are you going with this? Because maybe.
Because the
think it would
armor
for her.
is invulnerable to conventional weapons and confers the quality on the wearer.
In that case, yeah, you're fine. You're absolutely right. This, for all intents and purposes, what Atropos did basically reduced it to the level of a conventional weapon. It
Right,
would
yeah,
have it would have been much more destructive. But in this case, she dampened it enough that even the rest of you is fine. You look like you have been through nothing.
Laudine walks out of the fireball carrying the giant sword.
This definitely surprises Naida. Meanwhile,
backlighting, right?
Yeah.
It's gotta be the backlight. It's gotta
so
be.
much.
She's coming
so
down the
epic.
stairs.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh.
Meanwhile, guy with the sword is still running for the stairs. He's about halfway to the stairs now.
Cathar is his name.
Thank you.
Hey,
Cathar Kataris.
Yeah, you actually got that one, didn't you? All right.
Oh, nice
I do.
one.
just very
I
out
know.
of character. I am planning to have Laudine engage the swordsman so y'all can do magic at the magic person. If y'all are cool with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So the brother's trying to come and get us.
Oh yeah.
Right. So
In fact, if you had to guess, he might be coming for Mervine.
Oh yeah, that's why Laudine right
Oh.
there.
got to get the squishy. You know,
I
what
will
mean?
say,
Like, gotta get the
Laudine-
squishy.
It's what you would do. So under a very different set of circumstances. But yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Laudine is going to engage the swordsman and just
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, you interpose yourself, but now you still have to deal with the magic woman with the sword. And so we could freeze it here because we know exactly what Laudine's doing. You managed to get in his way right at the top of the stairs.
Mhm.
So that's where the two of you are. Scythe, Oleander, Mirthine and Dorian are still going down the stairs, right?
Is that right? Or did
Mirthine
Dorian?
stops going down.
Yes. Okay.
He stays where he's at. So he's
Yeah.
like halfway down, but he sees that it's all going up there. Like his knight
Nope.
is up there with people, and he stands and he's like, "No, I have to." And
Nope.
this is
There's. I have
If Mirthine
plans for
allows it.
Mirthine. Yeah, please.
I place a hand on his shoulder if he allows it, and kind
Yes.
of pull him with me down the stairs, and says, "We've got to save all the plants down here, or they're gonna die."
Oh, and like you can tell again, you have very good warfare. He should not be going back up there. That's a bad idea. That should not happen. But like, and like you said that's like, oh, loyalty. And like the minute you put your hand on his shoulder, like you can see him looking up there, right? And like the deadly person, like you can tell he wants to be there, but he does follow you because he is a squire, right? And you are one of the people that he follows. And so he follows you down the staircase, looking back up, sort of with this worried look, but it is, and that he trusts every single person in this team, and that when you say, because you're the people who are good, when people who are good at the thing, when Dorian says something about magic, he listens, right? When Atropos says something about death, he listens, and when you put your hand on his shoulder, he listens and he follows with you.
Oh, and she's not lying. There's probably roots down there or something.
Yeah.
There's those
Yeah.
blue roses.
Yeah.
Down there. That's right. Because we
Yeah.
smell the stench of them, whatever that
Mhm.
means.
Mm-hmm.
And on her way beside you, Oleander says, "Rule number 1: let the knights do their jobs."
Mm.
Yes, but we could help maybe inspire
We're
them.
helping. We are helping by going down here. We are part of this plan, and Laudine
Yes.
knows it.
All right. Yes. That's good. And it's just like the tip of like probably like the foot of Cathar Kataris's like armored.
It
foot
is. Yeah,
there, you know what I mean? Like,
it's,
is it just like goes out of sight?
yeah.
Yeah,
All right, so I'll get
Heather,
back
she
to the
knows
two
what
of
she's
you in a
about.
minute. I need to check in with Dorian and then Atropos. Okay, so Dorian, where does this leave you?
Well, I'm going down with them.
Okay,
But
so it is 4 of you going down. Okay.
yeah, I am keeping an eye behind us for any errant spellcasters running after us.
Great. So are you bringing up the rear, seeing what happens?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
in that case, magic is gonna happen. You sense it, and it's definitely coming from. Well, you know who it's coming from. It's coming from Naida.
Is she on
You
her?
can't see her, but you can't see her. She is behind her brother.
Mm.
Okay.
But you sense her. Honestly, the sort of sorcery she's using is very similar to what you're using. So you sense the threads of reality starting to converge where she is.
Okay. So there are a couple of things I want to try to do to address this as we are moving. I don't know how well I can.
Sure.
But the question is, it all sort of comes down to if I have time to do this. If I can I'm trying to kind of sense where she's casting the spells from. In other words, if there's like, where is she hanging her spells?
Can Dorian use the connection to, because both Atropos and Laudine have icons on them that we have connections to?
Yeah.
Can that be the way in which you can sort of can you get closer? Like, can Dorian get closer, not physically, but like you with his psychic eye?
Psychically.
You can use that to get more of a location. And
I turned the FaceTime on the icon and just like pointed at the room.
And the answer to your question is she's hanging them on the world next door.
Oh no.
Okay. That's wait a minute. That might not be a problem. Yeah, the area of effect I just got to switch what world it is, I think.
All right.
if I've got this right. Yeah. Okay. So, that's weird. I think so my spreadsheet is messed up a little bit. Let me
Oh
look and
no.
see if I've got it right over here. Yes, spell container. Good. So what I'd like to do, if I can, I don't know if I've managed to pull a replica into my watch yet, and so I don't know if there's a speed factor, and I'll have to cast another spell first.
Okay.
If I do, then I'll do that. But if I
Okay.
have time, I'm going to try to target her connection to that other world and cast pull linchpins on whatever if I can grab hold of any
Oh.
container in that other world. And
Okay.
it pulls
You can do that
Yeah.
because, okay, the method of hanging the spells is a linchpin.
Oh,
Meaning,
really?
in this particular case. So you can zero in on that connection and use the pull linchpin to mess up that spell.
Okay. So yeah, well, she's
Yeah.
using the spell to hang the other spells in all the other spells. Is what
In
you're
this
saying.
particular case, yes.
Oh my God. I'm just sort of think. So you're going to see for a moment, anyone glancing as he's sort of retreating backwards, he's sort of looking, he's like, and he's got one is like Atropo's icon up kind of, because they kind of are connected further. And he's like, oh dear, it's not a good idea to put all of one's eggs in one basket, but, and he'll smile and he will, again, don't know if it's in the watch yet or not, but he'll use his, he'll use the hanged hanging version he has left. He's probably got like 2 left. I'm going to just make the blanket statement that he tries to hang 3 copies of a spell in the Eidolon, any spell that he knows.
Okay.
And so this will be one of those where he just sort of he'll mutter something as he's sort of searching and like turns his hand like the millionth part of a degree as he's reaching into the toward the other world for a second, and pulls the linchpins to defeat that spell if he can.
So here's what happens upstairs. Laudine, you are you are in a full-on sword fight with this guy. He's good. He is definitely approaching your level, or might even be a little better. So 2 things happen. First off, you were doing okay, actually I need to ask you a question first. In what manner are you fighting? I can give you some options. Like, you can fight fully defensively. You can fight you could fight aggressively. You see what I mean? Like, what? Never mind. What's your goal here? What's your goal in
Page
fighting
76.
this guy? Yeah.
Page 76.
Yes.
Offensive options
Fair. Yeah.
of the core rulebook. In case somebody wants to know.
Okay. 76. Let me look this up.
Yeah. You can look it up. In fact, while you're looking that up, let me check with Atropo, and I'll get right back to you.
Yeah.
So Atropo, you're seeing all this. What's happening?
So just a question. Little question.
Mm-hmm.
Question.
We use the coins to travel,
Right.
which connects Ash and Twilight to the world.
It did last time. Yeah, that's how you got here.
Does that mean the mirror world is the same?
Oh, like, are you asking if you could reverse that with the coins?
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to get at is how messed up is my world gonna be if I do certain things here?
Oh, no, you're fine. That's
Okay.
not what's happening here. You
Okay.
haven't linked them like what's happening with whatever world the stabby guys are in.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
you merely that was just point A and this is point B. So
Cool. I'm
yeah.
like, if it does, great story arc. But
Fair
if
enough.
it doesn't, that's okay too.
But in this case, that's not how it works. You're not anything that happens here. In fact, because you're cut off from the stair, you're even less likely to be able to affect your world at this point. But or at least in that way. There are other ways you
Okay.
could conceivably do it, but that's not what's going on.
All right. Then I think the giant scythe is coming out.
Okay.
And she's just gonna start Terminator walking towards Naida.
All right.
Like, we can cast magic all day. That's fine. I've got stats in warfare.
You do. So does she, but you're not. Yeah, you're not defenseless. All right. All right, no problem.
I think what you meant to say, Brian, was that she's not defenseless, but she's just not as good as Atropos, and so she's gonna die. I think that's what you meant.
Definitely what you meant.
Yeah,
right?
wouldn't that be great?
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
that'd be awesome.
no. Atropos, your warfare is good enough to know that, like, in a fair fight, she will defeat you with that sword.
That's not much incentive for her to fight fair.
In a fair fight. So yeah, you know, if you like scythe versus sword, even as awesome as your scythe is, she will stab you, but she's not going to do it immediately. So yeah, you can. I will get back to you when you get into scythe range, which, by the way, is pretty far away. That thing is big. All right, so hang on.
I figured out what I was doing.
Good. I was just going to ask you. All right.
Okay, so Ladina is fighting offensively here. She starts off faking it, essentially, like getting a measure of how good this guy is and how well he responds to her variety of styles.
Okay.
She sees that he's coming in with a scimitar. So she starts off with the scimitar and just sees how he reacts. And then while still using the scimitar, she changes her footwork to be, okay, how do you move against a longsword without changing the sword? Just like how well do you accommodate all of this? And it starts off with that. She tries to get him into the beat or bind situations so that she can leverage her strength.
Okay.
And
really good.
So she has the mass, especially with the sword and the plate mail.
Okay.
And I have one thing. For the most part of this fight, Laudine is going to be using something that is sword shaped because she has access to her buster sword, a long sword, a scimitar, and the montante, the cavalry style sword.
Yeah.
And the longer this goes on, I think if she discovers that this gets beyond what she thinks she can handle, she is absolutely going to cheat.
Okay. So speaking
creative,
of cheating,
not cheat, just creativity, creative fighting.
All right. So here is the sequence of events. You get in the fight with this guy because you're fighting offensively. You are pushing him back a little. So now the two of you are farther away from the staircase. You go back and forth enough. At about the time that you change your style, Atropos begins to move, sort of flanking around towards Naida. Then Naida does something, and you are moving slower than you want to, which means he gets through your defenses and scores your armor, meaning that that sword is strong enough to do so. However, then something happens. Naida yells really loud in frustration, and you're moving fast again. Then she locks eyes with Atropos, and okay, so Atropos, okay, you can tell what's going on because you've been seeing this enough. She's trying to cross into the other world.
Oh, we can't have that. Oh, no.
By the way, Merdine is monitoring all of this through the icon just in case. He's following along, but he's paying attention to what's happening because these are some of his most favorite people. You know what I mean? And he just wants to make sure they're going to be okay.
I would
might
like
not
to
need a
take a
distraction.
reaction. So in that moment when the lethargy wears off on Ladine, she is going to fake a swing.
Nice.
She lets go of the sword. Her hands move, the arms are coming. The sword is no longer in her hand. Instead, it is an anachronistic sci-fi gun hanging right over her shoulder, and it shoots him point blank
Oh, nice.
In the face.
in the face.
I will get right back to you because that's happening while Atropos is moving in, and then I'm going to get
Yes.
to the downstairs people. Okay,
Uh,
so Atropos, yeah, you see her, you sense her. Now you know what it looks like when people move back and forth, and she's doing that.
I am. Question: how many people have died in the dungeon?
Oh, yeah, you can figure that out.
Mm.
Oh, like I mean, what period of time are you asking about?
I just how many angry souls that Naida guitarist
Oh,
might be down here.
hundreds.
They
A
just
bad
might
guy
want-
level of dead
Yeah.
people, or a good guy
Hundreds.
level of dead people?
Yes.
Mhm.
So I
And
think
every single one of them, at least from their point of view, unjustly.
she
Mhm.
is going to like when she gets to at least midway close, because I want what a lot of people we haven't seen her fight yet. She does close range magic. That is
Yeah.
her entire thing.
Yeah.
So she is just going to like slam the her scythe into the ground, and she's going to basically summon these souls to pull her down.
Oh.
Like not let her cross over, basically create a spirit
Yeah,
barrier.
just to trap her here because
To
that's where the
trap
souls
her.
are.
Mm.
Got it. All right, so here's what happens.
Man.
Ladine, you do the zap at him. He gets his scimitar up to block it just in time, but it pushes him backwards. But he does the thing where he stays on his feet. It's the anime thing where he just gets
Oh, yeah.
dragged backwards.
Slide.
Yeah. But now there's space between the two of you. He throws a dagger at you, and you're able to block it. But it was a close thing. His reaction speed was pretty impressive on that one. Meanwhile, Naida is resisting being pulled, but this is now the only thing she can do. She is unable to do anything but keep from being pulled down by the spirits. So now let's get to the downstairs people. You have now hit the landing, and I'm assuming it's all four of you. Dorian, did you, after you messed up her spell, did you continue on?
Yes.
Okay, so all four of you get down there, and the smell of resin is overpowering.
Whoa.
It is
Ugh.
what you're looking at appears to be some sort of processing equipment to turn the resin from these roses into those stones.
Oh my blue rock.
I was right. It comes from the flowers before the gems. Oh.
You were right.
How big is this?
It is the size of, okay, you ever been to a brewery, where they have like a brew pub where they have all of the stuff and the tanks? It's that level. It's a lot of stuff. Largely because actually, Merdine, you could figure this out, and the rest of you might do it a little bit later. The reason it has to be so big is because it is applying an enormous amount of pressure onto the resin.
How big is their grow house? Like, how many flowers are there here? Like, what is the conditions for them? How are they doing
on the world? Because
here in this lab,
Are they all dead?
none of them are growing here. Yeah, they have only been delivered here.
harvested.
So, yeah, harvested and delivered, and they You can tell that they don't have to be alive to have the resin extracted from them. It is whole flowers though. It is pulling from like the entire plant. It is pulling
Roots
from
as
all
well
Including the
as
root.
yeah.
petals,
Yeah, root to flower. It's the whole thing is just being
Little
extracted.
mandragoras.
Yeah.
Little mandrakes.
Yeah.
Before I say anything, before anyone says anything, all of us, 4 of us down here, are there other people down here besides these machineries and these things?
Nope, just the 4 of you and the machinery, as far as you can tell.
Weird.
That's good to know, because we'd hate if there was like a whole bunch of minions with guns. You know what I mean?
Or
Just like
It would kind of suck. But right now, no.
Invisible
Apparently,
people.
one of the reasons they had this thing blocked off was so nobody came down here and messed up their stuff.
Oh, that's right. It was sealed, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Oh.
Mhm.
Okay.
And as far as you can tell, actually, Scythe, as far as you can tell, is 100%. That door above is the only entrance to this room, to this rather large room.
Oh, so okay. Umbra sight. I'm going to like draw the Umbra to me and look through it. What is the best way to completely wreck this machinery? Either physical or magical. Where's the weak spot?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very
Or-
Umbra.
Spots. Yeah.
So, okay. It's also very hot down here. I should have mentioned that. They are using Dorian, this kind of they're using a significant amount of steam energy to make this thing go. So the quickest way to wreck it, okay, depends on what you mean by wreck, but the quickest way to stop it would be to remove the source of heat so it can't do the thing anymore. The quickest way to wreck it would be to significantly increase the source of heat and make it blow up.
Oh. I'm intrigued by that. However, with the knowledge that there are 4 of us here that need to get out, so that sounds like an Eidolon problem. Hey, Dorian.
Yes.
Can you calculate the exact amount of heat that would need to be applied to this distillery? Yes, I used that word on purpose. In order for us to have enough time to get out of here before it all blows up?
Oh. Yes, I have. I can take a whack at that.
Merdine has just by his first instinct was to rush to the poor little flowers, right? The poor little plants, and like pick one up, and like he's having a moment with these the corpse of these little dead flowers,
Sure.
trying to get one preserved, but like to see if there's any life in any of them that he can because he does have the ability to heal plants, so he's going to do that. He's going to go and do some.
You could find some that were harvested recently enough. You could bring a handful of them back if you want to.
Yeah, he wants to bring them back to life. Now, does he need to be like bringing plants, healing plants? Yes, clearly he does. So he's trying to bring some of them back to life. To when the medic comes in, you're going to do the CPR on it. He's doing CPR on these on some of the plants he can get back to life and see if he can save them, and then also talk to them and find out what's up. But he wants to see if he can save a couple of them. But while they're working about blowing things up, because he's I've got to save something within this space, right?
Gotcha. All right. In that case, we're going to cut back upstairs. I will get back to you guys in a minute. Let's see. Let's do Laudine first. You can hold this guy off, but that's it right now.
I have a question.
Yes.
In this fight, does Laudine get a sense of this guy's strength, like hand to hand, if he doesn't have the weapon?
You're stronger than he is. If it came down to hand to hand, you would okay. If it came down to hand, it would be like like the final fight in an action movie when they're just punching each other, but you would definitely win. It'd take a while. He's no slouch, but if you could get him unarmed, it would turn your way.
Okay, then that is my strategy is I'm going to try to disarm him, ideally by breaking his wrist or his fingers.
Yeah.
Just it'd be nice if he dropped the weapon, but
Yes.
I'm trying to make sure he cannot pick it back up again.
Right. So, are you willing to take some damage in order to do that?
Sure, I don't know how damage works in this system.
Okay, in that case, what will happen?
Remember, her armor is reinforced with the Eidolon also.
I
in your
know,
calculations.
which is good in this case. So what's going to happen? Yeah, okay. So you've got. Actually, you can tell me how this works, but I will tell you that the surest way to do this is to basically let him hit you with his sword, and like actually hit you, but that's going to get you close enough where now it's not a sword fight anymore.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah.
And what that means is you will be injured, you will be in pain, but it's not going to hamper your ability to beat him up with your fists. So describe what your sacrifice is and how that works.
I think he's going to try and slice it. If she takes it full on, it would be one of those like shoulder to opposite hip motions.
Mhm.
She rotates just in time that she catches it kind of like in the side and a little bit
Okay.
across. So it sucks and it really hurts and it mostly bruises because
Yeah,
so much of that motion is just the plate mail like crunching.
100%. Your armor definitely does its job, and thanks to Dorian, it does it a little better. And in fact, it might be okay. No, thanks to Dorian, you don't have any cracked ribs. But what you do have is a bruise that you are going to feel for the next several days. So it's it'll be a while before you can take a full breath. However, he is no longer holding any weapons, and his hand is at a very bad angle.
Yes. So Laudine will grab the hand as he like finishes the swing, grabs the wrist and just twists. And it's like that extra 45 degrees in a very small radius circle and you hear the crunch.
Ouch, that's bad. Okay.
Yeah, so he's not picking up that sword again.
Nope. Okay, so now despite that, he is still able to fight, but it's over for him. He effectively has one hand with which he can fight, and it's his offhand. So eventually that's not going to go well. Yeah, go ahead.
I do still have my magic flying weapon, which means I can take the broken wrist and hold it just enough that he is immobile, and the firearm can just go off. Because it's a sci-fi gun. If he's in enough pain for about 6 seconds, he's taking that shot.
Yeah. So you can get him to the point where that happens. So he is no longer a threat, I think, as they say. Let's get over to Atropos and Naido. Well, actually, Atropos anyway. Naida's currently just immobilized by ghosts. What are you doing?
I am just gently walking forward until I get close enough. And then I think scythe to the chin. We need to have a little talk.
I mean, her eyes are burning with defiance, but she can't do anything to get away.
Why are you draining worlds in the first place? I mean, seriously, there's so many better ways to spend your time. And why would you try and control something like me. That's incredibly stupid.
She says, actually, she doesn't reply. Oh, okay, here's what happens. She actually just relaxes and lets the ghosts pull her away. And your scythe leaves a cut across her cheek as she goes down.
So we haven't been able to see, is she dead or is she just gone?
That's a good question. Where are the ghosts pulling her exactly?
I was just having like basically almost like creating like chains to like hold her down.
Yeah.
Like I'm not like don't drag her to hell kind of thing.
No.
But I think it is basically to immobilize.
Here's what happened.
Oh.
You are certain that the ghosts have pulled her into what is essentially another world. And you think that she just sort of goosed the system to let it happen. But now she's in wherever the ghosts come from.
It's a late in me problem. And also we do have her brother, so.
Yeah. Well, you have what's left of her brother.
Do you want to tell me not to shoot him?
Well, if you do, no, that shouldn't matter. Because Atropo's handy dandy scythe records memories, and
It certainly
we don't have
does.
to have him alive to
That's
get his
true.
knowledge.
I will note that Merdine told Laudine that the only thing that that our Ms. Kataris cares about is her brother. So you know that there is a leverage point there. If when we're going to do that sort of a thing, you know.
I can keep him alive if I can keep him subdued. Like, I might shoot him in the knee.
Okay, that's a fair point. You've got him at the point where you could do whatever you want, which means you can make him extremely unconscious, if you wish to do that. So sure, that is an option.
Yes. I will injure him to the point that he cannot run away and he cannot hold a weapon.
Okay.
But he can be alive. That's fine.
Okay. In that case, that's where you leave him. And he is just immobile on the ground and in many different ways, not in the same shape he was when he started. All right, we need to cut back to the lower level. What are you guys doing exactly?
I gave Dorian a math problem.
Yes, you did.
But it's alcohol based, so I figured he could handle it. So
pretty quick,
actually.
Right?
So there are a handful. There are like 3 different things I want to do right now, and I may be conflicted, but I'm trying to make this work. Okay.
All right.
Thing 1, responding to Scythe, Dorian will think for a second. He's like, actually, how much time would you like? I can change the rules, don't you know?
Oh, right.
Because I have a spell for that. It's called rules change.
It's literally called rules change.
That might be important for later. There might be a moment I might need the fluctuation of time if things get very dire. So please, if you wouldn't mind keeping that in your back pocket, in case.
Oh, of course, my dear chap. Actually, and I was sort of will turn to sciences. I can reset the physics of it to adjust to what we're doing as needed. Just
fair enough.
Before we set it off.
Sometimes magic it takes a long time.
And Dorian will actually.
People at the gate, you don't have the time always.
That's fair. That's very fair, actually. And Dorian will. He's okay. No, I've got to choose this. Dorian wants to get a look at the amulet to see what it's doing, or to see if there's
Okay.
anything significant it's supposed to be doing here.
Yeah.
The amulet is actually. Are you just holding it?
Yeah, it's in his pocket. He's got it like in a handkerchief, basically.
Okay. It's actually tugging you deeper into this room.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What?
It wants to do something in this direction. One moment. One moment, he says to the amulet for no apparent reason. And but he's going to take the time to do this first. He's going to go over to Merdine, seeing what he's doing, trying to put life into the scene. Do you want a hand, old chap?
Indeed. I think it might be quite important. This is the nexus of everything, and this is some sort of distillery. And but what is the relationship between a nexus of energies of all sorts of different energies? Umbra, Eidolon. Actually, I just want to save the plants. I don't want them to die.
Of
Really,
course.
there's all of that, but you know, plants.
Well, I think we can take a moment. And he will, looking at, have you found any life in any of them?
These four seem to be
All right.
not as far gone. Those
Let's see if we can
This one I'd like to.
adjust things just a little bit. And
This
He's
one I'm
gonna
going to call
try-
Emily, and this one Amy.
Amy, good.
The indigo
He's actually
plants.
taking that in. Dorian's going to try something ridiculous
Uh-huh.
using the Eidolon, but it's like he wants this to work because he knows that what Merdine is doing is actually ridiculously important, especially if these flowers represent another power in the universe.
I
He's
mean,
gonna
this
try
is the
to-
nexus, right? The chili and the
yeah.
jam.
He's going to gather
I
some.
mean, chili and
Are the
pepper.
flowers? Are the flowers in water or dirt or anything like that currently?
No, they have dirt
Alright.
on them, but they have they are
Right.
otherwise
Just a little bit.
they are otherwise complete. It is
Is there any
root-
like dirt on the floor or anything like that?
Yeah. There's there's some.
Dorian's
He's
just
been
gonna grab
preparing a
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dorian's
Like
gonna
a-
grab. Oh, good. You've been preparing. Okay. He's like, all right.
because he's wants to like sit them in there, right, so they can get.
Oh, you managed
He's-
to collect some. That's exactly right. Yeah. Okay.
Dorian's gonna pull up the Eidolon.
Okay.
And he's gonna reach forward. He's like, all right. And do you know to go and he's listening to what Merdine is saying about the plants'
Yes.
names and their life
Yeah.
rhythms. And his thought is, this thing that they are calling a distillery here is an imperfect version of a garden.
Hmm.
This is a garden. This should be a garden with healthy plants.
It's like a
He's
greenhouse.
saying to himself, it should be more like that. Little indoor underground garden they've put together. And he's going to try to use the Eidolon to shift it towards that.
The entire thing, or just one section?
I don't know what will happen if he tries to do the whole thing. He's gonna try with just this section right now.
That's probably
And-
best because
yeah.
these plants are the four best candidates for that. Some of the other ones,
Yeah.
by the way, are too far gone even for this sort of thing.
Yeah. And
So,
but he's
yeah.
keeping that in mind in case he needs to do something weird to the whole thing. But
All right,
he's,
you can do that and make it fairly small. It's you've sort of made a window box that for these four plants. And by the way, what you have now done, and Merdine, you actually everyone except Oleander down here can figure this out because of your different abilities to perceive things. What you have essentially created is four plants that, unless something acts upon them, they aren't immortal, but they will live as long as a plant like this conceivably can.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Herbie, please, if you could record a copy of one of these plants that now it is alive for us, please. That would be most useful so that we will have it forever. Thank you. Thank you, Herbie. Thank you. Wonderful plants. Amy, Emily. Oh, and you two. We've got the indigo plants, and I suppose we should call you Pete, because you're purple, and Ira, because you're indigo. Ira, Pete, Emily, and Amy. Hello, hello. My name is Merdine. I hope you're all right. Could you? It's nice to meet you. How are you feeling, and how can we help you? And please, we've come to help. This is my friend Dorian over there. That Scythe is actually quite lovely. And that's Oleander, who I don't know as well, but who's got that sort of flair.
I am
Nutrients?
fabulous.
Huh. Ooh. How are you? How can we help? Please, something terrible's happening in this place, and I'm sure you know it. Your roots have been into the very fabric of this world for some time. Please, how are you?
The
And
response,
Herbie, of course, is doing the translations, right? Because
right.
This is
The response is essentially they are adjusting to their new state and haven't figured it out yet, but they definitely like it.
good. They're recovering. I imagine they're in a bit of shock. They
Excellent.
went through quite an ordeal.
Oh, good.
Might take a little bit of a time until they're a bit better enough to talk to us and help us out.
I'm soon.
We'll have to
I'm soon
learn
going to be
later
okay. They'll be
the
right
true
as
names.
rain soon.
Yes, I hope so, because, well, if this is a fundamental element of the universe, like Eidolon and Umbra, maybe really Eidolon could be thought of as air and Umbra could be water, and so then maybe one of these is earth and the other one is metal. I don't know yet. We'll have to find out. But, well, we'll have to. They need a little bit of, and he's going to kind of like tend to them, just a little bit of tending. Using he himself has a little bit of magic, little cantrips, and
Right.
they are all plant-based,
Oh,
all of them. Yes, and he's going to be doing a little bit of healing and a little bit of growing, right?
I like
to sort
it.
of help
Okay.
them. And he's going to try to do that, and as best he can with care, while everyone else is keeping bad guys away.
Pretty much.
And
speaking of which, let me check in with Scythe, and then I need to look upstairs. What have you been doing during all of this, Scythe?
So, it looks like our mission may have sort of deviated from outright destruction of this place. So, and that's fine. But am I correct in thinking that this is the place where the confluence of forces happened? The jelly and the pepper, right? Are coming together?
Except you're getting the sense that it's not the distillery, it's something a little farther down.
Okay. I am gonna kind of scout that out in that case.
Not a problem. So
And
while
just-
you're on your way to that, let me check in with the people upstairs, and then I'll get back to you and let you know what you find.
Right.
Let's do. I think we do Atropos first. What's happening upstairs now? It's right now. It's just the two of you and the unconscious guy.
Atropos is probably going to yell down. Is it done yet?
there's more to explore. You might want to join us.
Because I haven't
He's
felt
calling up, but you can see.
earth-shattering end of the world vibes yet. What have you been doing?
Did you
Just
find it?
wondering.
The
We just
plants
took
here.
two bad guys out. What are you doing?
The plants here. They're beautiful. They were dying. They were dead. They were,
Nadine, I love you to death, but we really do need to keep going.
To Atropos, Laudine's gonna say, we should probably go down there. And
Yes.
Just make... Laudine is going to fireman carry the unconscious guy.
Okay.
And she's dead weight, but she's bringing him with.
Again, you're hands down the strongest person here. Not a problem. So yeah, he doesn't weigh that much. So yeah, not a problem.
In which case, can I just like sling him over his shoulder and just
You really
Yeah.
can.
yeah? So I don't want to leave him unattended.
Fair point.
Right.
Okay.
So just making sure
All
he
right.
stays out. But yeah, down in the now planter box garden,
Mhm.
Ladine is first going to look over at Merdine and just, are you all right? Did anything happen?
Well, no, but the plants are look what they've been doing to them. And like what it might look to some people like a distillery, to Merdine is like a torture chamber where
Absolutely.
they've been
Yeah.
pulling out these plants who are not clearly, I mean, he thinks all plants are alive because they are, but these are clearly really important plants of sensitivity and being. And this is like they've been crushing these, they've been doing these terrible things to these plants. And like you can tell for him, this is like a terrible place where they've been doing awful things. And he's like
It's the
saved.
apocalypse.
It's the plant apocalypse. We've been saved some of them, but I guess also for Ashbro, there are dead carcasses of important plants everywhere. Like, so he's like, you might find this place interesting. He didn't say that. He's like, but plants. But I guess there's also somewhere deeper to go, which I think is where Scythe and maybe Dorian are heading. But he's sort of like at the moment of this sort of like
Okay.
it's kind of torture chamber, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Ladin is just going to scooch Merdine along. It sounds like there are live plants down this way. Perhaps they could use some of your help.
But well, we can talk to these if they're. I don't.
Dean, would you like those flowers? Because Dame Lodine, do you want to go ahead? I need to have a conversation with Medine, I think.
Of course. And yeah, Ladin hikes away with the unconscious guy on her shoulder still.
Excellent. More the merrier.
This world is barely hanging on, and the only way it is by feeding on another.
Yes.
Everything here is going to go. So if there's something that you would like to take with you, it needs to be done before whatever we do there.
I've already spoken to Herbie. Herbie has a copy of one of these flowers, but if I might, I know I can seem silly and all of that, but if these, look, they've been, the gemstone on that necklace of yours is actually from these plants, you see? They have been crystallizing, compressing, crushing, torturing these plants into this gemstone through this process here, you see? And if this gemstone represents one of a fundamental, elemental, universal energy source, something that is makes up one of the building blocks of our entire existence. I don't know if these plants exist on a different planet other than this one. And I don't know, and yes, it is wrong what they've been doing, keeping this planet alive, this world alive artificially, but what would be the impact of the loss of these flowers in their native habitat to the entire multiverse? If what makes this force exist are these plants and we lose them, what might that do to everything else?
Can I tell you a secret?
Yes, of course.
Nothing is truly lost. That's why I'm here. And she's going to pull out the scythe and show. Most people see it as this weapon, but when you look at it very closely, there are all of these words and inscriptions on them. And she's going to hold it out almost like one would hold a book, and say, this does, it keeps everything. Every memory, every action, everything that happened here at one point. Everywhere, every world that has been destroyed is all here.
It's a heavy burden to bear.
It is, and there are so many things going from place to place where it's hard to imagine how the universe can keep going with it gone. But I like to think, at least, that's why this was created in some way, to keep some sort of balance, whether it be the fact that it can never be forgotten, the fact that maybe at some point when we've figured the stair out a little bit further, there's a way to replicate it. I don't know. It's older than me or Dorian or anyone.
I can do it. I have kept it in the Voynich herbarium, one copy, so that I can reproduce it at home. But this is not just about the conservation of a plant. Having the memory of oxygen is lovely, but not so much if we no longer have oxygen. Having the memory of any time a plant or an animal or a person, for that matter, a world dies, it is a tragedy. But if that is not just a world, if it is actually, what is the word that I read it in one of these? I learned it in one of these worlds I went to. Atoms, which I think are like little spirits or something like this. But if it is actually a fundamental, if it is not just the loss of a plant, but what if this has the woman, Naida Kataris? I know her now, and I know that she cannot be swayed from her mission, but I also know something else, that she's desperately afraid of something. What if, and I don't know because they are as they are, what if the death of their world would result in the death of many others? What if they feel as if they are killing worlds to save the entire multiverse? I have no idea what their reasoning is. But there's something I did not feel inside of her when I saw her true character, hate. I saw fear. And that is a curious thing for someone who's so committed unwaveringly. I know that she cannot be swayed from what she's doing. And so the question is, what does she fear? And why can she not be swayed? Is there something bigger here that is bigger? Something a bit more desperate? And I'm just hoping that when they recover, Amy and Emily and Ira and Pete might be able to tell us something about this. So that when Claudine always says you cannot go into a battle until you know the forces you're arrayed against. She always gets knowledge first. And I know they're going off to find out what this nexus is, and I hope we'll learn something there, but I want us to find out from these plants just how galactic this might be.
I guess I can try something.
Please.
I think knowing Atropo's been very careful of how much power she's used so far. Because if this world gets destroyed, normally a world's destruction is recorded over a long period of time. Yeah. It is less taxing. This is a world that was kept on for way longer than it was supposed to, which means it is going to be incredibly taxing for her to record everything, to the point she does not even know whether there's enough juice left probably on her world to get it done.
True.
So I think she's going to go up to the flower and see if she can get any memories from it.
Yeah, you can. In fact, because the flowers are so intrinsically tied to the fabric of this world, you could actually use them to offload some of that. So it wouldn't all be on you, or more to the point, your world.
See, but then there's the choice, because it gets her out of her freaking contract if she lets it go.
Yep.
But then she has to let her world go. So I think she is battling with this.
Yeah, and you could go either way, but I'm just letting you know you have that
No,
option.
I appreciate it. I
yeah.
just to let the viewers
yeah.
know what is going on in her brain at the moment.
Yeah.
I guess my big thing out of it is trying to look into the question of whether if this world is destroyed, is this like a catastrophe? That's what
Like, is this an
trying to-
existential flower, right? Is it
Yeah.
a flower or an existential flower? That's the big question.
Of the butterfly effect, how does it work?
Yes, and on a multiversal scale. You may have an answer to that in just a minute. So, Scythe, you were walking deeper into the room?
Yep. Well, time to blow something up. Sorry.
Oleander says, now you're talking my language. What are we doing?
You're blowing something up.
Good.
So, actually, this is just a scouting mission for now. But, you know the part where the jelly meets the pepper? It's down here somewhere.
Oh. Let's go take
When
a
I
look.
catch up to them, I'll try to pull the necklace back out to use.
Oh, right.
Let's go poke it with a stick.
Who's that guy?
Oh, this is leverage.
All right.
This is apparently the brother of Naida Kataris and the only person or thing she cares about in the whole multiverse.
Oh, well, he's a blue rock. Yeah, fine. Bring him along.
I poke him just a little bit, make sure he's still breathing. And
yeah, he's still.
Yeah.
He's not in good shape, but he's all right.
I just don't want to risk him, waking up and running off and getting reinforcements if I leave him unattended.
I mean,
definitely.
True. That's a fair point.
So I'd like him where I can see him. I'll make sure he remains out of it.
Okay. So yeah, most, if not all of you, are heading towards that nexus. Yeah. All right. So the three of you that could do Eidolon and Umbra stuff, you did. This is the only place where you feel actual Eidolon and Umbra.
Oh.
In the same way that you do when you're on a world that's connected to the stair.
I see.
But it is much weaker than what we have decided to call the jelly and the pepper. So
I'm so sorry. Sooner or later, we'll find out what these are really called.
You'll find someone. Well, you'll find out what they call them, and you're like, "No, idiot, it's jelly and pepper." So you're gonna get to. All right. So anyway, what it looks like is, if I'm honest, kind of nothing. It looks like the corner of a room.
Well, that's disappointing.
Well, if you look at it with just your regular old meat eyes, what it looks like to the three of you that have like special vision, is it looks like there's a little bit of Eidolon and Umbra happening, but at its core and on multiple layers out of it, it looks like interpret this however your paradigm is going to.
Yeah.
It looks like multiple layers, and each layer is a different spatial form.
Whoa.
And then also infused through it is consciousness.
Yeah.
Like, I don't mean a consciousness. I mean like the concept of consciousness.
Wait, so it's sentient?
You're not sure. You don't know, actually. You don't think it is. Not in the way that you could communicate with, anyway.
Is this thing a difference engine?
Oh, that might be, yeah. Yeah, capital D, capital E. Actually, no. If anything, from your point of view, or from your world's point of view, it's the difference engine.
My goodness. Like an arcane difference engine. You put in cards and it does the thinking for you. You see, that's the metaphor, really. More for this kind.
Did someone build it? I mean, it's not natural, right?
Magically speaking, someone built it. Someone had to make this nexus happen, but you
Okay.
suspect they picked a really good place for it to occur.
Huh.
There are only so many spots in which. Okay, back to the Eidolon and Umbra. You know how there are certain worlds in which one is stronger than the other. If you were to build an Eidolon construct, you would pick one of those worlds. And even within those worlds, there are certain places that are hotspots of Eidolon or Umbra energy. So what you've got here is basically a hotspot of, again, the two energies, the jelly and the pepper. So you basically got those.
I would like to poke it. Remember, Ladine can't see this. She sees the empty corner of a room.
Yep. But you can see that everyone's staring at it. Do you, in fact, poke it?
I poke it.
All right, with your sword?
And she's not trying to stab it, so it's like slow and kind of gentle.
Yeah,
She's
just interact with it.
Her sword with the magical gem.
with the magic
Right.
thing.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
definitely
shit.
that one.
Yeah.
First off, the gem inside glows brightly enough
Oh, that's new.
Oh.
enough to read by.
Wait a moment.
And
Take out the necklace.
whatever your first thought is with regards to your sword, that is the shape it instantly takes. You didn't do it, it just makes it happen.
Ooh.
Normally you have to put some effort into it, obviously.
Ooh, okay. So it had been like longsword shaped, and now it is buster sword. It's just
Okay.
like the big
Yeah, well.
kind of like looks at it. That's new.
I wonder. Dorian is going to take out the necklace. He's not trying to make use of it. He just wants to see what's happening to it.
Sure.
And also, he's going to keep an eye on what the spells on it are doing, so that he can try to, if he needs to intercept any of the spells on it, he can try to make that happen.
The spells are trying to get you to put it on. There is
Oh.
a part of your brain that really wants to wear the necklace right now.
Mm.
Uh-oh.
This looks delightful. I wonder how it would.
Side, you know that thing you do where you just make stuff disappear into
Yeah.
your pockets?
Yeah.
I will.
Can
I will, however.
Will he fight me on it if I take it away
Well,
from him?
Well, he was gonna put it. Atropos told him to put it down, so he was gonna go ahead and put it down.
Oh, good. Okay. I'll just
Because
take it
yeah, if you want to pick it, yeah, it's like he was just trying to see what was going to happen to it with respect to the the
Does
difference
anything
engine.
happen to it with respect to the difference engine?
The stone glows again, even brighter than the one in the sword.
Wow.
And yeah, there was something whispering to you that unlimited power is yours.
Right. Yeah. Okay. You in the pocket.
The hopefully special magical pocket, which means you can no longer hear it whispering.
That's what I hope. I put it in the Umbra pocket. Does
Oh
it,
yeah,
like-
you can do that.
Okay. Does it
That
do
shuts it up.
anything?
No, it-
Okay.
Yeah,
You just put it on mute.
yeah. Literally every single one of you has high enough psyche to resist this thing.
Oh, good.
So yeah, you're okay, but it takes you a few moments to convince yourself that those thoughts aren't yours.
Go ahead.
Well, now that we're in the room with this device, can I do one of those memory pulse things to figure out I'm still trying to figure out whether we could destroy this place or not.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
Atro's very focused on here, of whether it's going to cause dire issues everywhere else.
Okay, so yeah, it takes you a little while to concentrate on that, but because you can trace the energies back to the worlds that are being drained, one of which was Galiski, and there are several others. If you stop the flow of energy into this world, it will obviously let this world finally die. It will halt the destruction of the worlds it's taking it from, but obviously it'll be, at whatever point they were. And both you and Scythe, interestingly, Scythe, you got this information when you were holding the amulet, and Atropo, you got it when you were just literally delving into it. So you kind of got it from different angles, but you were certain that this is the only source of whichever it is, the jelly or the pepper. It is not the only source of this power. It is like a Eidolon in that it infuses all things. But this was a major source of accessing that power.
So, and this is not a question that I can answer, I don't think. Does it infuse everything or just worlds that are not connected to the stair?
Yeah, and that is not obviously, yeah, that is not a thing that you can determine.
Question in my mind.
But yeah, actually no, you have no idea. but yeah, good question.
Can I try asking the sword?
Sure.
Ooh,
what do you want to ask?
The side's question. Like, this power, does it infuse other worlds that are connected to the stair, or is it only worlds that are not?
Okay, the answer that you get is it's almost everywhere. But stronger along this river.
Can you let me see the river?
You get a flash of multiple worlds connected to each other in whatever metaphor Claudine would use. Could be like a world tree, could be a spider web, whatever she sees as that sort of connection, though.
Mm-hmm. I think Ladine sees it as actually layers in a fountain.
Okay,
like
I like that.
Tributaries of a river, but like vertically.
Nice, I like that a lot. So that is the image you get. You also now have a headache, but because it was a lot. It was like, but you saw it clearly. The sword showed it to you, and you get the sense that this world is one of them, or at least until it goes away.
So to side, Ladin will say, "Well, okay, there's a lot of this. It's not just worlds not on the stair. It exists. There's a lot of them. They're all connected. Ouch."
Thanks for finding out. Sorry about the headache.
It's a lot, and it's very, very bright.
Ugh. Yeah, know that feeling. So I hate to be the one that cuts to the chase on this, but are we okay to blow this thing up? Can we blow the thing up? Should we blow the thing up?
And Merthine, who's still in the other room, is
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I don't know what this thing you're looking at is, but whatever if it is constructed, then it has a purpose. The question would be, what is the purpose of this construct that you're looking at? I don't. Dame Laudine, what does it look like?
Hold on. Are out of character. Are you asking about the difference engine? Because Laudine physically cannot see it.
But he
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
know that. That's
Yeah.
why I'm
That's
asking.
right.
Okay.
Because then it'll be hilarious. Yeah.
Okay. I see the corner of a room. There are two walls that meet at a right angle, and it meets the floor at a right angle.
Yeah.
It's full
Leander
of
says,
air
"Oh,
and
good. I
dust.
thought I was going crazy."
No, it's full of air and dust, and I think I see a spider web.
Wait, I thought I heard you say there was some sort of big engine or something. There's no engine at all.
It's hidden.
I think it's magical.
No, my
Uh,
sister and these other two weirdos keep talking about it, but I can't see it.
How
No, you're
long
perfectly
would it?
normal.
Quick question that maybe how long would it take if I figure this would take too long, which is why I haven't tried this yet.
Uh-huh.
But I'll go ahead and ask. If I was to cast transcribe, how long would it take to get a representation of this thing that people can see? I don't know if
Oh.
it'd be like a 3D model, like
Wow.
just like a carving, or if it would just be like a drawing, a diagram or something.
Actually, as far as okay, if you just want a representation without like the deep information that Inscribe will often give you, it would be a matter of hours. If you want to actually infuse it with, like you do with the spells, yeah, that's going to be like weeks.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, no. If the fact that it would take a few hours is not going to help us right this second.
Right. No, not even that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna...
Even at its surface level, this thing is complex beyond imagining.
But I can do something else. And like, would you like to see it?
Yes, please.
Right. Do you mind mind if I make contact?
All right. Mind the headache.
Right. Yes, of course. And oh no, he doesn't have anything on him. So we can do this one of two ways. I'm not going to waste a spell on this. I have an icon.
Yeah.
So basically,
that's the best way anyway.
Yeah. Pulls out Laudine's icon and will make contact and will send a mental picture of what he is seeing.
Oh.
And again, what you're seeing is not what he's seeing, but it does appear in a representation of something you can conceptualize anyway.
I draw my sister a stupid picture. I mean, like the basic shapes. Like that's what it looks like. Except all of these things are powers. And also, I'm pretty sure it tried to mind control me when I held that amulet near it.
What?
Ooh.
What? This machine was trying to mind control you?
Yeah, it
What?
offered me ultimate power. All I had to do was, I don't know. I put it in my pocket.
You sure it was the machine and not the amulet that was doing that?
Oh, good point. Well, I figured the machine powered up the amulet.
Exactly.
But maybe it was neutral. Maybe it was like just.
That thing has rather a lot of spells on it, you see, that might be sort of influencing in that direction.
No, I see. No,
Oleander says, "Yeah, cursed amulet. That's a classic."
Yeah, exactly.
It is in myths. Quite a few myths have cursed amulets. It's true.
Pretty sure my family handed them out as party favors.
Yeah, we have a box.
In the box.
As we're sitting in here, because all of this screams at least to Atropos. Her entire thing is the natural order of the world,
Right.
and this is
Yep.
breaking her brain.
Yeah.
This is against
Yeah.
everything she stands for. So I think she's going to commune with Kronos, basically.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Ah,
And and for the record, the thing with because generally speaking, Merthine and Atropos are almost always in accord on all of these things because they actually very much care about the natural order of
Yeah.
the world.
right.
He's just worried that this might be like the equivalent of the rainforest,
Yeah.
and that if we
Sure.
destroyed it, there might be a lack of oxygen. Like we might be raising greenhouse gases, right? So,
Totally, totally.
Yeah, yeah,
get
yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is
And
the entire.
clearly-
That is why
yeah,
she is
that's
taking
the
this
only
much
thing.
time.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
And clearly this planet cannot be artificially kept alive any longer because it's harming other
Right.
things.
Sure.
But if this is like one of the major sources of jelly for the entire multiverse,
Mhm.
then we have to think about this a little bit more carefully about we can't just blow it all up right away because
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
We'll run out of
however,
jelly.
see,
According to the sword, there's other sources of jelly.
there are other sources, and I'm wondering if there's like a conservation of energy in this multiverse
Yes.
where if you disrupt it here, will that power be redistributed across the whole network?
Interesting.
Can it even be destroyed? Like, would us blowing it
Mhm.
up just make it more inconvenient for people to reach it without diminishing the amount that exists?
Yeah,
So,
I think that idea is what she's asking the
Mhm.
scythe while also being like,
Yeah.
why are you throwing me at this crap? This is not called for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's going to ask the plants, and he's asking the
Okay.
plants. Like in some ways, we're all asking our different
You are.
sources. Like,
Yes, we are.
like, right? Like Laudine's asking the sword. I'm asking the little plants. You're asking Kronos. Like, I think we're all trying to ask for our different sources. And I hope that maybe Dorian can look at the difference engine to see what it's doing that way. So like maybe if all of us combine our different ways of coming about the same problem, we can figure out
Okay.
the implications of this.
So Kronos says,
Yeah.
it is old. Older than I. Older even than the knight's sword. But it is merely a piece in the puzzle.
Okay, that is so incredibly not descriptive. I mean, I appreciate it and I understand I think that what you're saying. However, that doesn't say whether it can go kablooey or not. That is simply what I'm trying to look for. Of am I burning down a priceless treasure for a good reason or a bad reason?
You get a sense that that Kronos is actually thinking about this. And it says, finally. All things die. All things end. The consequences are not our concern.
Oh.
Can I ask something?
Mm-hmm.
Looking at this thing, is the draining of worlds something that is necessary for this device, this theoretical arcane construct? Is it necessary for this arcane construct to function, or is the draining of the world simply just keeping this world where the confluence is going?
Yeah, the second one.
Okay.
It
So
is
this could
related
be-
to the difference engine, but it is not maintaining the difference engine. It's literally everything's being poured into maintaining this world well beyond what it should have.
So this engine could be built elsewhere if one could find another confluence like this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or, and hear
Okay.
me out, we could steal it.
How?
Get up.
Uh,
I
move
actually,
it.
I can. We've tried to touch it with objects, but could one pick it up like with Umbra or something?
Oh
You know,
man.
use the shadow tentacle.
Excuse me,
thing.
Scythe, if you don't mind, I hope you don't mind me mentioning this. It's an interesting idea you have. But did we not just have a sort of a tete-a-tete with people and using perhaps those coins that we have in our own pockets that overlay two different dimensions from one place to the next? And all we would need to do is just have them both in the same place and then just push it. And then we could shift it perhaps from this dimension to a different dimension, a different world.
That's not bad. We could steal it without even moving it, really. That's kind of stealing, arguably.
Shift the world around it rather than shift it, you know?
It has not moved.
Are we
There-
sure that's a good idea, though?
No, it's not a good idea, and I
That's
don't
what,
think we
okay,
should do
okay.
it.
I just thought I was just
No.
not okay.
Getting to the
It-
heart
it-
of the matter.
It is a fun hypothesis, though. I did have one question. So, sword and the cursed amulet are both of the same power. They are both jelly. Do we have any way of interrogating Pepper?
Yes,
Well,
right.
the seven,
one's Pepper?
the daggers. The daggers of the seven sages of Tamsin is Pepper, which means there
those.
must be Pepper on this planet as well. Well, clearly this is a
Well,
nexus
there's,
here.
there's Pepper in this corner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the difference engine is in fact comprised largely of both powers.
What is
does
it doing?
look like?
Well, I guess what is the purpose of this engine? Is it producing? What is it doing?
May I
What's its
borrow
job?
either the dagger or the coin? Either one.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Here's the
okay,
dagger.
Dagger. I would like to poke it with the dagger.
Oh wow.
Uh-oh.
Let me think about that. You have come up with a scenario I did not consider. Hang on.
DM is loading.
Yeah. All right. So all right, so you got the thing. And then all right. So what it does is it actually severs the connection between one of the worlds, we're going to say Galiski, and this world.
Whoa!
Oh!
Awesome!
Oh, awesome.
Oh.
I
Oh.
think
That does tell us something about this thing, though, doesn't it?
One positive. I've talked to Kronos, and no, there are not any like you've murdered everything, dear God, what will happen? No. The universe is okay with it.
Oh, it said, go forth, everything will be fine. Lovely. I suppose that's good.
It did not say everything will be fine, but
There will not be additional catastrophic consequences.
Saying
yes,
at this point.
That's also not what it said. It just said everything dies.
Yeah.
Which could be catastrophic.
Yeah, I just want to say.
Yeah.
I know that was Mervine, but I just thought I would point out that.
What
They
do the
could make
plants say about all of this? About the issue of larger consequences with for the
Wait,
loss
what
of
was
this
the question?
What do the plants say? Because we're all coming at this, the problem of like long-term consequences. And it's like one, what do they say? But also I'm trying to get a sense of their sense of sentience, right? Like if they have a level of sentience that's greater than just a regular plant, that would be important to know as well.
They don't.
Okay.
The closest ones here are the roses. but they are not at the level of, say, the sequoia.
Yeah.
They are, yeah, they're the closest to sentient on this world, but they don't reach that level. So yeah, you don't have anything here, and you by the now have a pretty good idea of all the fauna on this world,
Yes.
at least as a
Yeah.
as a whole. And
Are
yeah,
there pepper plants?
right. Oh, that's a good question.
Because if they're distilling jelly
Yeah.
here,
Okay.
and they have a lot of pepper, my
Yeah.
question is there a pepper distillery? Like, I'm trying to
You
get a sense of like what
believe-
is the
Okay, you believe, given what you have learned here, that pepper plants, or at least maybe it's not a plant, but you believe that, let's just call them pepper plants. You believe that pepper plants theoretically exist, but you don't detect any of them on this world.
Okay.
There is a
And it could be
there is a hole in the theory that you are shaping, and it's pepper plant shaped.
so there. So I say I'm just talking to my friends, and there do not seem to be any sources of pepper here on this planet in the way that there are sources. By the way, how many of these of the jelly plants are there on this planet? Like, how big of a population is there?
It's in the millions.
Okay. I just thought that there are probably millions of these plants here on this planet, quite a few of them, but there seem to be no source of pepper native to this planet. Yes. So if they're not as sentient as the tiger roses, they don't seem to have like a hive intelligence, doesn't seem like, no?
Not really, no. They are you have shown that you can communicate with them, and like you can communicate with them like on a deeper level than you can with a lot of other plants.
Yes.
But yeah, not even at tiger rose level.
Yeah. So what this means is they do not have individual true names, right?
True.
They would have a collective genus name.
Yeah,
right?
it would be one name for the whole thing. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is good to know. They're not like sequoia, at least. This is and so I sort of like relayed that to sort of help add into our puzzle, right?
This does let me believe one thing. On this world, these blue roses are the source of jelly. But
Yes.
pepper exists on this rose without a source here. And it implies that there are other sources of both jelly and pepper on other worlds. So while the loss of jelly here will have an effect on the local concentration, it will not deprive the entire system of jelly entirely. There are other sources.
This would be
You need
cool.
to ask something else now. Sorry. Does this construct, just to be clear, we've been thinking about this construct as something that is entirely, or that is like half and half, right? Does that appear to be what this is? Or is this more of, say, a jelly construct?
Oh,
specifically.
It appears to, in fact, be half and half.
It is half and half. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. They've taken, it's just interesting here because they've taken the two forces and they've made something unique here in a place where the jelly side of the universe is strong. But there's enough neutrality here also to make this work.
Interesting.
Dorian, what does this thing do, this construct? What is its purpose?
What does it look like it's doing?
Like spinning. It doesn't appear to you. You're unable to detect it having an effect on anything, but it's
nothing's coming in, nothing's going out.
Yeah.
Is there, and I really hate that I'm about to ask this question, I really hate it. Is there a point on this construct? Does this look like something a person could in some way, either intellectually or some other transference way, energy, soul energy, whatever, assay this thing.
Oh. Yeah, you think it's possible.
Does it look like it would have, and again, speculation, does it look like this would have an effect on the person? Would there be like an imprint of some kind made if one did such a thing?
Something along those lines, yeah.
Do you gain jelly mastery?
Sorry. Yeah, that's the question, you see. One could,
It seems
well,
like
no,
maybe
that's
you
the
could,
thing.
yeah.
It would be like, whatever this thing is, the third, this is, Dorian suddenly just sort of like, he's almost, the screw is almost loose for a second. This is a third thing. This is a third thing made of both of the other things. And so you can actually, this is a new power that they have created that out of these other two things that one could actually use to gain mastery over the thing. One has to understand the thing. So the only person likely, he's not even looking in your direction right now as it says this, he's looking at the things, but he's pointing, it says, the only person likely to have a mastery of this thing in this room is that gentleman, he says, pointing to the gentleman draped over your shoulder.
Yeah.
The
The
scarf.
unconscious guy.
This is perfect timing you bring this up because this, again, Atropos is vacillating with how much power she uses at this point, and she is just going to cuss under her breath and then walk over to the guy, and she's going to touch his temples and try to extract the memories of why this is so goddamn important.
Oh, okay.
Lord Dean, is
Okay.
this, should you
So
become a
what you've
master of this
got
element?
here is an attempt.
It's like psychic combat?
All of this. Oh yeah, but he's no match for Atropos. So
He's also unconscious.
honestly, in this case, it doesn't matter. But you can yeah, but either way, okay. So it takes a while to sort through it, but once you've figured it out, this was actually an attempt to open the doors again.
Oh.
And that's what drained the world.
Yep. And it's one of the reasons they kept hooking things up to doors that were on the stair. Not every world that this is draining from is connected to the stair, but obviously you've already picked up on several that are.
They were trying to reconnect this world to the stair, and they drained their own in the process, which is why they are feeding off of others.
And I imagine they're trying to do that so they can escape, perhaps. If they're on a sinking ship. Yeah.
And they had access to other worlds already. They'd been around.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that's true. Hmm.
You don't get a
Stand to do it.
motivation for why they wanted to reopen the doors. But that's definitely what this was. This so to finally answer Dorian's question, this was going to be in some manner used, they thought, to turn the severed doors back into connected doors.
But wait a minute, this thing, is this a new machine? Is this a... I know as a player, but Merdine did not hear what Chronos said, right? So
Yeah.
Was this newly created just to open the doors then? So in the last few centuries?
Yes.
But I said it because it sort of implied that this machine is way older than all of that, which would mean it's some kind of pre-existing machine that they're maybe trying to like, what's the word?
So they
hijack?
made this. Is that what you're saying?
Repurpose.
Yes, that's at least what his memories say. But I believe that this is, or at least Kronos says it's older than him, and, well,
Oh,
not much is.
right.
Whatever they were dabbling with is something highly outside of their expertise.
The type of power they're
Something-
trying to do, or this construct specifically, is older?
This construct, well, is it? I guess GM question. Is it the
Um,
construct itself?
Actually,
or,
no.
like,
The
what
implication you
the
got
thing
from
is doing?
Kronos is being weird and vague, but the implication that you got was actually Kronos was talking about the power, not necessarily the construct.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
So the construct itself is something they worked on.
Actually, yeah. Now that you're never mind. You totally know because you're pulling from his memories. He did not build it. Neither did his sister, but it was built here. So yeah,
To open up the doors.
that was their plan. Yeah.
Okay.
And actually,
So, I mean-
Ravine, if you once you hear that, you think, yeah, that could have worked.
Right.
Because you know what it would take to
Okay.
to connect these doors back, and you personally might be able to do it, but it would take so much time and effort, it probably wouldn't be worth trying.
Well, but actually it would, because it would be more natural that way, unless
Sure.
they don't have any grandmasters of the stair amongst them, right? So it becomes like, I mean, a grandmaster could do this. A master of the stair could open the doors, especially if they already know where the doors are. It was the masters who shut them. A master could open them, but
But here's
they
the thing:
didn't.
you did detect the doors, and it wasn't a master that severed them.
Who severed it? Oh, was it probably a lord or so? Maybe one of our
Actually,
friends.
Was it
you
Lucian?
think
It was
you think it
Lucian.
might have been the stair itself.
Oh, well, that's
What?
Well, I'm not quite certain it was any of the people. It might have been the stair who severed those doors themselves, and if that's the case, the stair does not want. Uh, the stair did it, so then it would be quite difficult to undo that. You'd have to convince the stair to let you back in, and I guess they had a very messy breakup. So this is.
So
This
this tells us several things. First, we can safely blow it up.
Yes.
Yes, you can
Second,
barely well make another one if he wants one.
yes, yes. If you want to recreate this, it would be tedious and time consuming, but possible on other worlds that are presumably connected to the stair. So it will not be lost forever. You can do it again if you really had a mind to. Third, whatever they are attempting here cannot be allowed to succeed. For you
Yes.
can see the consequences if
Agreed.
they are allowed to rejoin the stair. So,
And the stair doesn't like it.
yes, the stair doesn't like it, neither do any of the Gossamer lords, or the populace of any of the worlds
Yes.
along the stair.
Yes.
So, Tuwhit, and Ladin holds up the dagger of the Seven Sages, the one that's now like short-circuited. It's
Mhm.
like, we can sever the connection of Tamsin to those other worlds by simply inserting the objects in the doohickey. If we do this, do we have another way off this rock?
We
Wilkins?
were
Yes.
discussing that.
Yeah,
Oh,
we do.
good.
But
So,
also, before things are severed, Dame Lordine, if it is so, if what Dorian says is so, that one could use this machine to gain a mastery of the power of jelly, and I don't know anyone who has this knowledge, and you were given the sword, Dame Lordine. It was handed to you, a sword that is inherently connected to the jelly. Perhaps this is what you've been led to all this time. If there's a way for you to gain this knowledge that perhaps, well, it might be important for us to know, especially if this knowledge is known by, well, Cathar, Kataris, and those who are arrayed against us. And this is, after all, the jelly is not the more nefarious power of pepper. I think it might not. I would say that perhaps you might want to consider it. It may be what you are after all this time have been led towards. Before you run around severing all the things, I don't know if you can gather the information one things to sever, but then definitely sever all the things and then blow it up. But before it's blown up, you should ask yourself if this is a thing, if the sword brings you to this, perhaps ask the sword. But I say you should perhaps consider it.
You have given Ladin a conundrum. Oh. Because
One way or the other,
she,
we'll sever it, but
well, because she can't fault the the strategy of understanding this power when your opponents clearly do. So it would be wise to understand what they're doing just to be able to counter them. But at the same time, Ladin's like, I am already too powerful. Like a half the things I have, I do not want. And here you are offering me more. It's like I don't want this. God, we are a terrible group to tempt with ultimate power.
I
'Cause
love
we're just
that.
like,
Yes.
You guys are like, shut up, Amulet.
I just want to give my
Amulet, get in
friends
my
ultimate
pocket.
power. Pocket.
Merdine is our enabler. It's great.
Yeah.
I am your enabler. People can see, we have some people here who can see the Umbra, and some can see the Eidolon, and none of us yet have the ability to see the jelly or the pepper. And, well,
While I agree that that is an important thing that should perhaps be studied and undertaken indeed, I need to point out the logistics of the situation. There are people with drilling equipment burrowing their
yes.
way towards this very spot. And we need to commit to either stealing this machine and studying it at our leisure or blowing it up and getting out of here.
Yes,
Sever and then steal?
I don't know if
Sever.
we should
Yeah.
steal. This seems like
I am a proponent of blowing it up.
No, I am.
There is
Well, perhaps Dorian can make the time pass in such a way that you can still study it, and then we can blow it before they get to us. He does have
know-
the ability to change time.
Maybe a
if
little.
I might add
Locally.
one thing. When you embrace these powers, you give up things. It changes you into someone else. Kore didn't have anyone to tell her that.
Mm.
Ladin looks at her weapon and it shifts to a dagger in her hand and she just kind of stares at it. And she says, I do not want this power. And even if I did, I would not want it bestowed upon me in a flash of light. If I want to truly understand something, I have to work to earn it. How else do you really show that you comprehend the matter?
Your dagger glows softly.
This is a shortcut, and these forces exist elsewhere. As Syed pointed out, we have time limits here. Within you make a good point. These forces can and possibly should be studied, but not here and not now. So, and here Ladin sheathes the dagger and just blow it up.
And you can hear in the other room, like, you can hear some jangling going on as Merdine is wanting to sort of get that sort of the box with the plants ready to go.
If Ladin sees this, she'll just like heft it. She's got the unconscious guy on one shoulder and a box of plants on the other.
Sure.
Okay,
That
so
looks heavy.
Umbra, I don't get to like really sort of use it other than the frivolous purposes that I typically put it to. However, it's really good at just like taking things apart in large chunks and turning them into tinier chunks.
It is, in fact.
So I'll do that.
I'm gonna toss the coins to sever those links,
Nice.
and then blow
Okay.
it up.
All right. So yeah, the destruction process has begun. What is everyone doing at now? Because now there's a countdown. It's a slow one, but but there is a countdown.
I'm just
Might be a
coordinating
time
with. Sorry, go ahead.
Just making sure everything was ready for us to go.
I'm
You've
just
got time
coordinating.
to do whatever you
Yeah.
need to. Yeah.
I'm coordinating with Wilkins to pull us all out. When
Very good.
Good.
Okay. He's
Can
ready.
Can I use your vehicle? Or maybe I can get something flying. I would like to. We have a few hours, yes? I would like to fly about this world and save as many things as I can.
I don't know how to fly a plane, just so you're aware. I
You fly
can make
carpet?
I can make a car, but I'm afraid I'm not a
flying
pilot.
carpet.
A flying carpet.
Yes.
Flying carpet. Well, we can give it a
Yes.
try. So I don't know if Dorian has ever flown a flying carpet.
You know what? I can't imagine that he hasn't at some point.
Yeah,
It feels
probably.
it feels like in
Very
character, if you
much
see what I mean. Yeah.
in
Entirely
his,
possible.
So
yeah.
yeah, you could create a flying device that will in fact allow Merdine to gather more things. So and we can determine what those are at some other point. But yeah, you could do that.
So if we've got a couple of hours, he wants to sort of, because he has a sense of the flora and fauna on the planet now. Anything he has not cataloged with Herbie, he wants to see if he can get a sample of each one. He wants to basically work into the last second that
Okay.
we set the bomb. Now we've set us up the bomb. He's like, oh, well, we have no time. Flying carpet. And I imagine, in my mind, the last time that Dorian was in a flying carpet, there was a hookah involved and lounging.
Yeah.
It was like, it was not
Probably.
Oh yeah, you need a fez. You need a fez for that. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Ah.
that's it.
Oh my god.
And so unless anyone has anything else to do, I think you end up you obviously end up at Dorian's house because that's where Wilkins is.
Yeah.
Which house did you have Wilkins waiting in? Where does everyone appear?
So probably what we have. Here's the thing. We potentially have a prisoner.
Yeah.
So just in case, we still have to figure out what we want to do with him. But it'll probably be easier if if he's coming around or whatever, and we need countermeasures. It probably would be easier to take him to the apartment. Because then I can get in touch with the Crown and send people over to detain him if need be.
There are any number of ways that, because this guy's got like tricks and stuff. You just don't know what all of them are. But there's any number of ways to keep him in a place where either he just isn't awake or that he is prevented from using them. And so that is not a problem.
I kind of imagine
I think it might be up to Laudine exactly what happens to him.
Yeah. I kind of imagine that we have in the arcane MI6, basically that we in the arcane circus, that we have there's this very chilling sort of series of tanks.
Yep,
little sort of containment units where we can keep people unconscious.
Yeah, you've got the raft basically.
Yeah.
So
so it's we could do that. I have to call in some favors. I have to call in a favor, but we could maybe do that if that's acceptable.
That is not a problem. I mean, again, check with Laudine. I think it's
it depends on what you want to do with him. Yeah.
That's a great solution for now. I did want to suggest, instead of doing this indefinitely, we could turn him over to the Gossamer Lords.
Ooh, yes. Let's do that. Because then it's not our fault when he inevitably escapes.
Yes. And if he wakes up under, Lucian's authority or Drake's, then it's y'all, get to deal with that mess. And
that's not a bad idea.
Yeah. So I think our poor prisoner will remain unconscious in Dorian's keeping for like less than a day as Laudine works out the logistics of getting him transferred.
That's fine.
See, that is a high warfare plan right
Yeah.
there.
But
And
also,
then-
if someone's going to stage a rescue mission, it will not be with us. It will be somewhere else.
Mhm.
But I suppose the political question is, with who do we give this fellow to?
I'm
There's
calling
more
Drake.
than one person.
Oh.
Actually, yeah,
Called it.
I'm
that makes a
calling
lot
Drake.
of sense.
Highest security trained professionals.
Yeah, you know what?
That's true.
That makes a lot
Also,
of sense.
I don't want Lucian interrogating this guy
Probably not.
until
Mhm.
the last possible moment. So
Okay.
yeah, politics are going to prevent Lucian from having access to this guy. So yeah, I'm calling Drake.
That'll work.
One thing is Atropos would probably ask to pull her out at like the last 2 seconds of the world, basically.
Oh,
So
Okay.
she doesn't
yeah.
have a connection to the stair.
Yes.
She's been battling back and forth because her job is to record the end, and these
Right.
people have been separated from the stair, but she still feels it's important to record what they have.
In fact, possibly more important.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so it's basically going to take every bit of power she has to do it in that short of amount of time.
Okay.
And
And Merdine is trying to help as much as he can, right? By like you're trying to save the memories, and he's trying to save as many
Mhm.
beings, plant beings, as he can as this before the world dies.
And this entire time she's been like kind of connecting how similar of situations that her world and that one is. And it's only shown her how tired she is.
Oh.
Hmm.
And the entire time she's been vacillating, do I use the flowers? Do I not use the flowers? Do I use the
Yeah.
flowers?
I think Merdine will say to Atropos, in the midst of all this chaos, like at the end, I just want you to know that you are my friend. I've never known Cora. You matter to me, and I don't want to lose you. What is this? Everything dies, but not today, right?
Correct. I earlier you had talked to me about my choice and what I wanted, and it's taken me a bit to figure that out. I would love to be able to stay and help, but I can't be who I want to be when I'm stuck going back and forth between these worlds. If I had a choice in the matter, if I could go where I needed to go when I wanted, I never thought that was an option until you talked about it being one.
Well, we've got to find out a way to free you from your bondage, not destroy you. There's got to be a way. And if I know anyone who knows about freedom, well, it's Scythe. If no one who knows about contracts, well, it's Dorian. And if I know anyone who knows how to convince people to do the right thing, it's Laudine. We will find a
see.
way.
But there's one thing I think we all haven't thought of yet. I don't think I'll necessarily be fully destroyed. Why would Bastiano destroy something that strong?
I'm
Doesn't
afraid he
make
just
any
won't ever let you
sense.
go.
But
You
if
have
this
some kind of a
opens a
contract.
clause for you guys to find a way,
Yes. Oh, we should
It's
do intelligence work and find out what Bastion is all about.
I will need help with that. But I think either it happens now or it could happen 1,000 years from now. Each second can last a very long amount of time.
Yeah.
And as much as I think Kore would want me to do everything in my power to make her world last, I also get to have a choice in what I would like.
Yes, you do. Because you matter. You're not just a dream, you're our friend.
And so I think that I don't know how everything will work. I don't know what'll happen when that clock goes to 12. But I do know if however it happens, whatever happens, whether I wake up as someone else, whether I retain my memories, maybe we're some mix of the two. But I'll probably need a lot of help, and I'll probably need a good friend to be there when I come back.
Yeah. I cannot speak for anyone else, but you certainly have I'd say my sword, but I don't actually have one. You have my book.
I think that sounds good. Now, I'm pretty sure all the volcanoes are about to go off, so it would probably be
yes.
safer for you to go now. I think we've
right.
categorized everything we can.
Okay, there's just one small little rock urchin. If I could get it, just this.
Okay,
Herbie?
just one
Rock
more,
urchin?
and then we
Okay,
have
one
to
more.
go.
Okay, rock urchin. Herbie? Oh, apparently Herbie says, it's time to go.
So I think that knowing this, and as much as she would like to keep her world thriving or thriving, uh, she's not going to use the flowers. She's going to use up all her energy to hopefully drain that clock as much as she
Nice.
can.
Okay.
And whatever happens, happens. Me as a character saying it is totally okay if she regenerates and stuff happens.
Absolutely.
Because she's Doctor Who.
Looking
She's a
forward to
Time
seeing how that one works out. Okay. Do we want to do quick epilogues before we wrap up?
Lord.
Anyone want to start, or should I pick?
I will ask, does anyone have an epilogue that happens immediately after the events of the plot?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
So, this.
Yeah.
Still want that key back.
I don't know. I mean, not really. But I don't think I'm going back either.
Well, I guess there's only one thing for it. Girls' trip.
Sounds great. I'll get the wine. Anyone else?
I have one, but it's going to happen significantly later, like after
Okay.
the events of the plot.
We can come around then.
Yeah.
Do we want to do Doria?
Unfortunately, I have multiple things, so I don't
Of course
want
you do.
I don't want to weigh everything down necessarily. I will say that, let me see, order of events. So we don't need to, the one we don't need to address right now, but that we will probably, as part of the montage, somewhere in the middle, we're going to see Dorian going to visit Lucian so that they can finally have that talk.
Sure. Okay.
We don't need to do that here
Right.
necessarily.
Yeah, that might take a while.
Yeah.
So,
The thing that is
we can work on
closer
that.
to now is there's a closer to now and there's further away from now. Closer to now is more of a group thing. And that is just simply that within a day or two, while we have once we've had a chance to get settled in, and folks are still kind of buzzing around sort of in Malvor, we're going to see. I named everyone, and now my brain is going away.
So you do have
Maya.
a portrait to give to Scythe.
Yeah. Well, Maya is going to. That's the thing, is that Dorian's going to have everyone invited over to the apartment, where or possibly I don't know. They're actually he's going to invite folks over, but he's actually going to give them an address that they need to come to that's not far from the apartment. Terribly, it is a studio. It is Maya's photography studio, is what it turns out. He's not going to tell everyone what it is, except almost everyone knows what this is. So he basically kind of arranged it so that Scythe will arrive potentially. He'll send Scythe's invitation last, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's basically going to set up. Maya has set up to take a portrait of us, to take a picture of us. Just basically, I don't know how she's got it set up. I assume she's got like some sort of couch or something, or or just little scene that she's set up in her studio, her photography studio. And just basically, if folks are willing, we kind of get together and we get ready and in position for when Scythe arrives. And we will let her know, basically, you just come over here just for a few moments. We just wanted to do something for you.
Wait. For me?
Oh, yes. Well, you were talking about family, and we were in contact with each other rather a lot. I thought it might be nice if you were able to have us all in a single photo. I think a single image.
A family portrait.
Yes, if you like.
That's really nice. It's a little dusty in here. I hope the photographer can accommodate.
Oh, Maya is the best. He says, gesturing to her. But do make yourself comfortable. We've only got her for the next 2 hours.
And it's the kind with the big explodey bar.
That's awesome.
We sit and push, and she takes our picture.
Yep.
That's kind
2
of,
hours.
I think,
That implies costume changes.
we can. Yes.
Are we kidding?
I have no idea what Maya would want to set up, but I just sort of left all of the details to her as far as how it goes.
Could I ask what everyone's wearing?
Scythe is probably wearing just a truly terrible, heinous cyberpunk jumpsuit because she didn't know it was going to happen. And then there's like a costume change, and she's wearing some kind of like Hollywood Babylon sequin gown with a gigantic feather boa.
I think Merdine is wearing what he always wears, except that he has like a sprig of a plant, like a nice, like maybe juniper sprig, something like very fresh. That's his version of fancy dress. It's like a nice plant sprig.
It's a green tie occasion.
Yes, it's a green giantcation.
Um,
You go. You go. Okay. So for the first costume, Ladine's in her mail, like just armor. She clanks. And then when the costume change occurs, she ends up wearing the dress, which I know I described in Discord. But for the video, when Ladine was knighted, she was given a dress by her mother, who was a tailor, and this dress is purple, which that from her world means it's hard to produce and very expensive. And
Yeah.
she hasn't worn it very often, but it is incredibly sentimental to her. And it is a very visceral reminder that some of the best moments in her life have not been lived in the armor.
Mm. Hmm.
Atropos probably has one in her normal garb. Um, and she probably has some sort of, because I don't think, again, Atropos doesn't really choose like what she there's not a lot of choice with her, but I think there's this one uh dress that she has, and she pulls it out from her pack. They've probably done some sort of formal heist at one point. So she probably pulls out this like almost like a Morticia Adams-esque black gown. But she would wear that one, and um it's like trying to choose what she wears. She seems very confused about how to make everything work, as like clothes are not just for function, question mark. But we make do, and she would have fun with it. I think she at first has no idea what is going on. What is portrait? Why are we taking them?
Awesome. Dorian basically, again, for the first one, he's like this. He's just basically in his sort of standard thing with his his fancy coat and vest. Dorian has so much clothing. So I think it's like there's a slight array. There's like a fancy dress thing where he's like wearing the sort of tuxedo and a top hat and a cape. I think that there's a slightly more casual thing where he's got like a sweater and sort of a flat cap and a tie. And then I think there's one where he's wearing, he's got his sort of Elizabethan doublet type thing that he pulls out. That's fun. Something from actually, and he probably has an outfit from that looks kind of more like Restoration era, essentially, that sometimes he wears to remind himself of certain things. And so it's basically those are all available as he sort of does these different shots, essentially.
I think we should have one where we're all wearing goggles.
That's entirely doable.
And we're on the couch like it's your car thing.
It's entirely possible. So that's basically that one. And as far as and I will just say quickly, as far as the thing in the far future goes, it's not really the far future, but it's just at a point where we're just going to see Dorian walk back into essentially this this office that's on a floor below a government building in his world, and basically tell them that, all right, for a little while, we'll come back to act as Grand Magister as long as we work. Our priority is to work on the Bastiano problem. And that's basically his stuff, his end stuff.
Murthine's epilogue is him alone on his world, planting the 4 plants that were saved, right? And then of course he has all the other plants, right? He has them in the actual box, but then he and Herbie are recreating are bringing back all the plants that he was able to save, and any sort of small fauna that need to exist for their cultivation, and slowly and painstakingly sort of rebuilding, reshaping the biome for this flora and fauna, and planting them in his Gossamer personal domain. And he'll be taking that time doing that, just slowly rebuilding a little piece of that place so that it doesn't die.
Um, you go. It makes more
Okay.
sense.
Okay. Ladine's epilogue is going to happen maybe 6 months-ish after the events of the plot. Approximately once Merdine has gotten his garden established from out of all the plants of Tamsin. After that, she is going to invite all of you to Albion, and she
Ooh.
is going to come find Merdine. Um, she has she's wearing the dress because she's at home. She's not in her armor. And she has asked that the inhabitants of Albion gather in the hall of the castle. Uh, and coming to find Merdine, she's going to ask him, um, I had a few words to say to everyone, and I would like your help.
Oh, of course.
If you wouldn't mind, I'll have some instructions for you in a few minutes, and I would appreciate it if you would oblige me. And I promise I will explain why once it's all done. But yes, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course, you never have to explain anything. If you tell me to do something, I shall. Of course. Oh, I bet this is it. Do I need tea for Atropos and Scythe and Dorian? I can make sure I can get it.
Not yet.
All
I,
right.
I do have something that I would like to get done first. So
All right.
please come with me. Um, and
Yes.
and Ladina's going to lead you
And he's
out.
certain this is some kind of thing that's for Atropos, right? Like he's certainly he's like your like lieutenant,
Yeah,
gonna do some kind of cool things for the
yes.
gang.
Like clearly, Ladina's going to do something incredibly cool right now. Uh,
Mm.
so she's going to lead you out into the great hall, and you see the people of Albion just all arrayed, and you see like
Yeah.
all your friends in the very front row. And Ladine leads you like out in front of all of these people, and she pauses like when you're right in the middle. She turns around, takes like 2 steps away from you, draws the sword, and like it's a little dagger shaped when she's at home,
Mhm.
and it grows. It is now long sword shaped, and she looks to you, and she says in a clear voice that rings out through the entire hall, Merdine Huicht, kneel.
Oh. He does so quickly. Still, he's like, wait, we're not at a dinner. And you can tell he's a little confused, and he's like, uh-oh. And he's not certain. He trusts you, so he doesn't feel like he's in danger, but it's like slowly dawning on him that something is not what he thought it was right at that moment.
Mhm.
And he
And
kneels down.
she brings the sword down and taps you very gently on one shoulder and on the other shoulder.
Hmm.
And not traditionally, but she lays the flat of the blade over your head for just a moment. And you know what this is. She tells you as she flips the blade back, you have been training for far longer than any knight has served. By the power of the crown of Avalon, I knight you. Serve honorably and well. She drops the sword with a clang. You hear it hit the floor. She joins you on her knees on the floor, grasps you by the shoulders and raises you to your feet.
Oh, I hadn't expected to be knighted.
And that's why you deserved it. And she's just gonna give you the biggest hug.
And he just like gives her the biggest hug back, and he's crying, and he's just like, "You sure I'm all right to be a knight?"
You are the most worthy person I have met. And I have met quite a few. You deserved this.
Oh, I'm Sir Merlin. I never thought I would be. Thank you.
You hear the general cheer of the entire population of the domain who has witnessed to this.
Oh my. Oh. Oh, Dorian. Atropos. Oh, Scythe. Oh. Oh, thank you. It is a great honor, and it is my honor to be a knight in your service.
And the celebrations ensue.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh.
This works perfect. Because the way her siphoning from her world works is she has to go back to it. She has not gone back since that day of using up that much power, and has since been just staying on other people's domains, flitting about where she needs to, using as much power up, and gets to the day where Erdine gets knighted. And I think that as at the end of the festivities, she'll turn to Dorian and say, "Well, I think I've put this off as far as I can."
I see. Well, it's time.
Yes, I think if you would go there with me, then at least if anything changes, they won't be alone on that desolate place.
You know, there's no way I wasn't going to.
Okay, well, I didn't know.
Of course not. One has to keep one guessing.
Fine. And then she will just open the doorway to go to the Ashen Twilight. And when she gets there, as like the time is slowly ticking, when she uses her power, usually these black veins form up and along her neck, and they start filling up with gold until everything shimmers gold. And she will turn to Dorian at the last second and say, "Well, I hope you're prepared for all hell to break loose." And that is when this giant burst of light happens, and I'm going to leave it on a cliffhanger and be that guy. And that is just where it ends.
Outstanding. Which means, we have to play this again. So there we are.
Well,
Also, because we're getting XP and level up, so we have to play again.
I know,
yeah,
right?
it's important.
Yeah.
Yes, friends, we come to the end of our tale currently, but there may be another season of this. If we can work out the various details, listen out for that in the future. We shall let you know. Thank you all so much. Brian, was there anything else you wanted to say before?
Nope, nothing.
We begin we begin our Midwestern goodbye.
Right.
Thank you all so much. This campaign, it means a lot to me, and I really appreciate it. This has been so good, so good. I have a lot to say about a lot of things, but I'm gonna hold till the end. And so we're gonna go around and we're going to do our outros. I feel free to tell folks where they can find you, give any final thoughts you have about this session or this campaign, and favorite bits or what have you. And we will start, as is tradition, with our GM, Brian.
Yeah, thanks again. I know I keep saying it, but I really mean it. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your all the effort you put into this. Thank you for honestly coming up with half the story, because I started out with an idea and didn't actually use any of it because of how we started, and I ended up doing something completely different because of the decisions that you were making throughout the thing. So that was great because I got to be surprised every bit as much as you were. Um, but yeah, this was great. I love the interactions. I love the play. I loved just hanging out with you for all of these sessions, and I do hope we could do it again. And we will have to work on slaying the scheduling demons. And once we do that, we can try to get back together. So yeah, I'll try to keep it short because it's getting late. But I love you all, and thanks again for playing.
Yay! Thank you so much. And now we will head over to Trooper.
I am TrooperSJP, and I was playing Sir Merthien Wicht, the botanist. I did not expect that one. That was a good slay. That was some prime level of PvP right there. You got me. I love that. Um, you can find me. Let's see. This is a big RP week for me. So tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, you can find me over at Table Story for part 2 of Draconim Scale and Soul, which is a cool new game that's currently under like Game Found Kickstarter, that kind of thing. And then Friday over at my channel, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, TrooperSJP will be the first of a 3-shot of Microscope Chronicle. There is a brand new second edition that Ken Robbins made, and it's under open playtest right now. And so we're doing this brand new open playtest of this game that it's like its 15th anniversary. He's like updated it and made new ideas. And so we're going to do a 3-shot because I've always only done 1-shots of Microscope. So we're going to do a good 3-shot of Microscope Chronicle. So you should come and see that. Saturday at noon on my channel will be the finale of Seasons of Death Winter, where a professor, 1 player, 1 GM, where a professor is going to go and has got all the secrets, now just has to just wrap it up. And I'm sure there'll be no problems with getting the hidden treasure, and no one will be coming after him. Certainly not vampires. So that'll be fine. And I think after that, that's this week. And I just want to give my love to everybody. I want to say I love what amazingly creative thoughts all of my fellow players have. Always the best questions. I love the way that each person comes at these conundrums, because we have some very big conundrums, and everybody comes at them honestly in a way that doesn't feel like metagaming. It feels like just the brilliant minds of the characters that you're playing, and you're like, these are the thoughts, these are the questions, but we also know how to help each other out of character, to give each other the things that we need to support each other, and each and every person did that. And it is just an amazing honor to be with such kind, giving, and creative fellow players. That's my love. And of course, our GM, who, look, Oleander and also the nephew, I want them all the time hanging out, just being charming. That's all. That's it. That's me.
Awesome. And now we will head over to Melissa.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa, and tonight I was playing Scythe, the shady rogue with a heart of gold. And I cannot believe how hard y'all made me cry during the epilogues. Usually our PvP, we say it's like PvP of kindness that we do, but usually it's PvP in character. This was like an assault on me as a player with how awesome and touching you guys are. So I am findable on the web at melissagay.com. On Blue Sky, I'm Melissa Gay with 3 Ys. And on Facebook, I'm melissa.gay.art. I never check Instagram, don't even bother. And at Patreon, I'm Melissa Gay, one word. And I cannot say enough about how awesome it was to play with all of you, and I just want to give you a big hug through the screen.
Yay! Thank you so much. No, that was wonderful, wonderful. And we'll go over to Mary.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mary. My pronouns are she, her. I have been playing Atropo, our Harbinger sorceress. Who knows what she's going to become next? I guess my favorite thing about, gosh, I love playing with you guys. This has been a blast. I enjoy the world that we've all collaborated and created. And it's been a amazing game when you feel like it's only been like a few hours and it's now at 5. So every time playing with you guys is a joy. I love your characters. I love seeing what y'all create next. And I am excited for this. Hopefully, the scheduling gods will work with us and we can figure out something coming up. But where you can find me next, you can find me online at the Nerd on Wheels, everywhere on social media. Coming up for me tomorrow night, we have the rescheduling of our Phandelver and below Hallia's Harriers, the giant battle for Phandalin. A fascist government is trying to take over the tiny town of Phandalin. We have created a bunch of defenses, and now we get to see whether or not those defenses are actually going to hold up. If you want to see what happens when you create a giant Molotov cocktail on a wagon that you can roll down a hill, check that out tomorrow night over on Enchanting Sorcery Productions. It is going to be a wild ride from everything that I have heard. And she has told us her plan is to have it be similar to the last battle in Saving Private Ryan.
Whoa.
So, yeah, we're all terrified and excited. So that is happening Wednesday. And then this Saturday, you can catch me on episode 2 of Fields of the Dead, a Walking Dead Walking Dead campaign over on Nerds with Dice. We are dealing with the outcome of a bad resource run, as one of the people at our safe haven unfortunately was bit, and now we have to deal with the consequences. So if you want to see, it is going to be a sad episode from everything everyone has talked about. Pay attention to all the content warnings, but if you like a zombie survival actual play, go ahead and check that out Saturday night.
Yay! Wonderful, wonderful. And finally, we'll head over to Noctua.
Hello, hello. I am Noctua. Today I have been playing Dame Laudine, who is the knight in shining armor. Oh my god, this table is so wonderful. I love you all. Like, oh. Yeah, I especially love the direction we went with the PvP. It's just, yeah, best version of PvP, just blanket statement. Ugh. And yes, so I am not actually in any other games right now, so you better hope the scheduling demons can be slain for season 2. Yes. But otherwise, you can find me over on Blue Sky at Noctua Magna. So yeah, come say hi.
Yay! Excellent, excellent. This campaign, I have to tell you, things, so many things. I'll probably say more off stream, but what I will say here, because I do want to give some love to everybody here, it's especially just seeing how Merdine cares for everyone, and just when seeing tonight, especially when we was separated, those moments when he was separated from Laudine, it was like, and we were sort of having to steer him, but was still wonderful. Just the degree of care, the amount that he cares so much for everyone and everything, and the preservation of life. It's hard to get that right. When one plays that, and you, my friend, are a genius at it, and I really appreciate it. I was going to say for Melissa, very, very happy to finally get to play a game with you. Met you briefly years ago while Ryan was running that game at DragonCon, and I really enjoyed getting to see Merdine settle into doing the right thing, and how progressively she got more and more into the swing of it, and it was really nice to see that progression. And I thought you did that really well, and I really liked it. For Ladine, for Noctua, it was wonderful getting to play with you again. And I had so many moments tonight. The Terminator moments were awesome. Bringing a gun to a sword fight, that was glorious. And just showing time and time again that Ladine's strength isn't just her strength. It's that she knows when to fight and when not to fight. And seeing the struggle of all the pressures on her and seeing that affect her, but she still knows right from wrong and knows the right thing. And you can trust her to do the right thing. And again, you were wonderful at portraying that, and I really loved that. It's just a joy when you have someone in a campaign. It's like, this is a person I can rely on. Absolutely. And I want to say for Mary, thank you so much for just play for the back and forth. I have enjoyed it so much, and just the degree to which Atropos wants to take care of everyone. I loved also that moment tonight, just the getting all the souls. That was brilliant. Getting all the souls together that were angry at Naida to trap her, but also just getting to see you play what is essentially half a person, and to get us, and me especially, invested in that half a person that feels so much like the potential for a real person, and it feels always with your character like we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg, and it is fascinating and glorious and wonderful. And thank you for doing that while you simultaneously deal with my bullshit. I very much appreciate it. Again, Brian and I met several decades ago, back in I think the late 90s, at DragonCon. He was running a game of Amber Diceless. So the fact that with this game, I really enjoyed that you were able to, even just, as you've said, just sort of out of whole cloth almost, just from stuff we were doing, put together a very Zelaznian scenario that I truly appreciated, because you do that thing where that Zelazny does, and whenever he does this, it's going to be good in his works. You establish a rule, and then you break it. And seeing how well executed this was wonderful. And I really appreciated finally getting to play this system with you in this. This was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Same, and thank you.
And just for everyone, I can almost freaking, coming as this game does from Amber Diceless, I suspect most games of Lords of Gossamer and Shadow UC are going to be more competitive and more about the acquisition of power. And I'm willing to guess going the cozy route is something you probably never see with this game. Maybe almost never.
We do it. We are dealing with the acquisition of power. It's just that we're trying to give it to our friends.
Yes. And that's the key difference, really, I think. So I think it is awesome. I want to congratulate everyone for playing this game in wholesome mode, which I expect is probably unique. It very well could be unique. I don't know. I'm sure there are other. I've heard other games of this. Maybe there are things where you have coziness happen. But for it to be, I have never seen this. So I really appreciate it. And it's a wonderful thing also to play, and the game itself becomes a wonderful warm hug. And so I very much appreciate it. And goodness knows I needed this tonight because, well, there's a lot. There's a lot. But who am I? Great question. For the time being, we'll say that I'm Jim Ryan. You can find me at OtherDoc on Twitch, YouTube, and most social media platforms. Wherever I'm not OtherDoc, I'm Jim Yes That Jim. My website is jimyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other podcasts, audio dramas, writings, and such. Down below, you can access my website, social media links, YouTube channel, and various other things. I don't have any other TTRPGs happening on my channel right now. Maybe in the future. I'm going to enjoy not having to deal with it for the time being for just a little bit, and then get back to it. Probably. I'm going to be on other channels in the near future, relatively. It's probably not necessarily this month, maybe possibly, but it'll be in coming weeks, and I will announce more about that as we get closer to it. In the meantime, I am still playing video games of various kinds randomly whenever I'm able to. This Thursday, in fact, provided all goes well, Lucci will be back and we'll be starting up Planetfall. It's a text adventure game from 1983. The two of us sit here and we play Infocom text adventure games, basically. And we are working our way forward semi-chronologically, and we're up to the last game from 1983 we're going to play. Not the last game that came out in 83, but the last one from 83 we're going to play in this series. Sci-fi comedy by Steve Moretsky. I will talk at length about it more on Thursday. And that aside, if you happen to like story games, in particular the For the Queen, and you happen to like chivalrous things or things about Arthurian stories, in this case, the story of the Green Knight, you might want to check out 1 Year Hence. I've got a link for it down below. I've also got a link for it here in the chat. That's a game I made that's out and available on Roll20 and as on print on demand. So feel free to take a look at that if you so desire. That's at oneyearhence.com. Well, folks, that's about all I got. I just want to, in a moment, we're going to hit when we hit the end card, we're going to send a raid over to some folks. It looks as though Magi RPG are still up and about. They've got a series finale of their own they're doing. We might be able to catch the tail end of it, so we'll see if we can go say hi to them. If we can't catch them in time, we'll say hi to someone else. But feel free to hang on if you're so inclined to say hi to them with us. That'll be when we hit the end card. In the meantime, folks, it is again a rough time for a lot of people, so just remember that you are unique, and that is wonderful because variety is important, and you matter. Please remember to take care of yourself.
Otherwise, the species dies, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. Remember, you can absolutely give yourselves grace when you need to.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Take care, and we will see you all of a sudden. Goodbye and hello, as always.